Alright, motherfuckers. What the fuck is up? Sorry, I am just a little bit late coming home. I was busy dealing with bill pays and whatnot. I got paid a few days early, so I had to take care of that, make sure all that shit was handled for the goddamn month. You know, that time of fucking month. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Also, I was kind of sort of watching new Mortal Kombat movie, Mortal Kombat 2. Second watch, it's still good. Still a damn fine movie. I don't give a damn what anybody says. It's a damn fine movie. And I still think the guy they got to play Cage and the variation of Cage they had him playing, I love that guy. So good. Such a fun variation of character. Really enjoyed watching him on the screen come to life. Especially considering the fucking absolute goddamn disaster it was the 90s Mortal Kombat movies. And then, unfortunately, the animated show, was it Hero of the Realms or what the fuck ever? I don't remember the name of the cartoon off the top of my head. It was alright. Wasn't great. And put a lot of effort, in my opinion, into trying to really do too much with that cartoon. The animation was kind of shite. The storylines were quick, confusing, and basically ununderstandable. Oh, god damn it. Give me a minute.
This is MediaCom. We value your feedback greatly and would like to hear your thoughts regarding your service experience with MediaCom today. Please call us at 888-208-8843. At your earliest, to replay this message, press 1. To delete, press 7. To return the message marked for deletion. There are no more messages. Main menu. To listen to your messages,
Fuck it. I hate that they do that, god damn it. So, like, I don't know if anybody y'all have to deal with this from, like, your internet service provider, but I deal with MediaCom. And for the most part, they've been good to me. I'll give them that. After the first couple of months, we worked out the fucking bugs and the kinks. They've been pretty goddamn good to me. I'll give them that. But and I keep telling them I don't want it. Stop fucking calling me after I hang up with you folks. Once I hang up, I'm fucking done, you know? Like, that's the way it should be. But every goddamn time I hang up and they're like, oh, hey, do you want to talk to us? Do this little survey thing, tell us how your customer service experience was, blah, blah. No! I hung up with you, you dumb motherfucker. If I wanted to do that, I would have stayed on the goddamn phone and had the customer service rep do it to me. I wouldn't have told the customer service rep, try to make sure they don't fucking do that shit with me. It pisses me off. Hello, Mid. Oh, Mid, did you see the new He-Man movie yet? It's on streaming. If you got Amazon believe it's Amazon Prime Video. If you have access to that, you can watch it on that. It's really good. I admit, I heard about this new movie getting made. I remember the one from the 80s, which was so trash. Just a blatant fucking shit movie. So I went into the new one kind of a little bit trepidation. Wasn't sure how good this one was going to be, but oh man, they nailed it, buddy. They hit this motherfucker out the ballpark. I love it. And you know, they put on some of the hardest like lore characters to make, and they did so good. And new Mortal Kombat's been really good too. Like that movie was pretty phenomenal. That's on HBO right now. Man, that boy comes in here, goes raw, then just stops talking. You son of a bitch. Oh, there it is. You need to watch the new Mortal Kombat movie. You need to watch the new He-Man movie. They're really good. Well, I don't give a fuck what fans of Mortal Kombat say. The so-called fans who are like, the new Mortal Kombat movies suck. The 90s ones were so much better than the 90s Mortal Kombats were fucking trash. They were completely, totally trash. Half the fun of Mortal Kombat is seeing characters do special moves. And there was hardly any of that used in the 90s movies. Storylines were trash. Most of the actor choices were trash. The scripts were fucking trash. Those movies in the 90s were terrible. Fuck you. The new ones have been absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. And they're bringing in characters that they didn't have the balls to bring in the 90s. Woo, loving that. I tell you what. And the new He-Man, man, they did some characters in that movie that I didn't think they'd be able to do, to be perfectly honest. Spoilers for folks who haven't watched it, Mechaneck. He's the one character above any other character in that movie I thought they would not be able to do justice to if they put him in. And holy shit, they put him in, and holy shit, they did him justice. I love that guy in that movie. And I thought the actor choice was spot on. I tell you, if you've got access to Amazon Prime Video and HBO Max, go on there and on Amazon Prime Video and watch the new He-Man movie on that. It's more than worth the watch. And then go on HBO and go watch all the MK stuff on there. There's some animated films that are tied in, and then there's the 2 new movies. There's the old TV show, which wasn't half bad. It was pretty decent most of the time, and it had a few rough spots. I think they have the 13 episodes of the old 90s cartoon for Mortal Kombat on there, I think. And then there's a fan-made Mortal Kombat deal that was actually really well done, all things considered. You could watch that. Like, it's worth the watch. It'll take you probably 12, maybe 13 hours total to watch all this. Well, no, if you're including TV show, it'll take you, if you binge watch all of it, I'm gonna guess week to 2 weeks all told. With the TV show included. If you're just going to watch the movie stuff, including the animated films, if you binge watch over a couple of days, you can probably get through it pretty quick. Because like the animated movies, I think are like around 90 minutes long a piece, an hour to hour and a half per. The live action films are about 2.5 hours a shot. And there's at least 3 or 4 animated films plus the 2 live actions. So 10 to 15 hours, give or take. But it's like I said, it's worth the watch. It really is. It's such a good bunch of films. And then after that, if you feel up to it, you can go on back and watch like the old live action TV show, the fan made thing that they did that's on there that was, considering that like the obviously like low budget for it, was really really well done. It shows you what you could do with a whole lot of heart and determination and not a lot of money. And then I don't remember if HBO Max has the I don't remember if it has the old 13 episodes of the cartoon that they did in the 1990s for Mortal Kombat. It may or may not have that on there. And then, of course, there's the two 90s films, which are somewhere between about an hour 20 and 2 hours a piece. So, viewing wise, if you're going to watch all of it, you're talking probably 20 to 30 hours of watch time. Well, no, probably more than that. I don't know. The TV show had a full season. I think it was like 20 or 30 some odd episodes for the live action. And those were generally about, with commercials included, about an hour apiece when they were on TV. So if you have HBO without commercials, you're looking at about probably 45 minutes per episode on average. If you've got the plan with commercials, then you're talking probably closer to 50 or 55 minutes per episode with commercial time included. And there's like somewhere between about 20 and 30 some odd episodes, I remember right. Because it was only, I think, the one season. I don't think it got renewed. I don't remember. I'd have to look at it. It's a lot of watching, but it's worth it. sorry. I know I should be playing. I'm trying to finish the last thing for like bill stuff for the month I need to do, and that's order my monthly groceries. Looking at fucking prices. And when as a society did we get to the fucking point where a pack of fucking hot dogs at a minimum is damn near $3 a pack? Here's a 20-inch sight. Actually okay with queen size. Jesus. Alright, good. Hello, Roman. Roman, I get sick of people coming in here, pulling that shit. I don't add random people that come into my chat and go, add me on fucking whatever. No, not fucking happening. From now on, Mid, listen to this now. From now on, I'm instituting a rule in my chat room. If you come in and you say something like that, you get timed out automatically for 10 minutes. Straight up, automatic. First offense. Second offense, your name gets banned. I'm getting this a dozen times a fucking week and I am sick of it. Sick of that fucking shit. I'm pretty sure those names are bots. I remember when eggs were like $1 a carton for fucking like even name brand eggs, not the off brand or store brand. Like name brands were like $1 to $1.50. And realistically, that wasn't that terribly long ago. That was like maybe 20 years ago at most. Like even as much as 10 years ago, they were still semi-reasonably fucking priced. I can't go into a store now without seeing them way higher than that. Like you can still get off brands for like $1.50, $2. But like the store brands are up to like $4 or $5 for 12. If you want to get like a 15 count or an 18 count, that's expensive as hell. I remember I'd go in and pick up a couple like legs or thighs of chicken for like $10. And now that is like $20 a pop. Those big tubes of ground hamburger, ground beef, used to run you $5-10 for like a tube of it that was like 3 to 5 pounds, are like $15-20 a pop now. I mean, shit. I used to go in and get those pre-made patties in the little deal. You know, separated by the little white piece of paper. And those were like $4 or $5. Now they're like $15. It's insane.
Probe launched. Probe away. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe away. Probe away. Probe away. Probe launched.
Vivian handles growth. That is not it. Claire, I have signed a lot of things over the years. Did you know Mom left the property in trust for me? His eyes closed. That was enough. Your mother was scared. She thought I would
Probe
be
launched.
She was right. That is not fair. She protected the hotel from exactly this. Do not send anything today. He said, let me fix it quietly. Quietly for who? For everyone. Everyone. Family
Probe
or
away.
violence. It never meant me. I pulled my hand back. She removed me because the lender was in the room. And I had a legal right. She didn't unnoticed.
Launching probe.
Please do not make Vivian look stupid. Then she should stop leaving evidence like one. I left him there. By the time I reached my car, police had my permission. The package went to Lathan Bank, the title company, the hotel board, and Vivian's counsel before dinner. No public post, no shouting, no dramatic speech, just documents landing in the exact places Vivian needed
Probe
to.
away.
At 6, the bank paused the closing. At 6:20, the court requested an emergency meeting. At 7, Vivian called 6 times. At 7:40, Mason deleted his video. At 8, my father texted, what have you done? I
Probe
wrote back,
launched.
I read the papers. Then I turned my phone face down. Vivian waited near the front desk with 2 lawyers, Mason, my father, and 3 board members who no longer looked like gala people. She wore a cream sweater and sad eyes. Claire, she said, opening her arms slightly, this has gone too far. I am here to inspect trust property. You are here to punish us.
Probe away.
Punishment is personal. This is maintenance. One board member coughed into his fist. Then we reached the ballroom. The brass compass was still on the floor, but a rented stage had scraped one point. June knelt and touched the mark. Vivian said, it is a floor. I said, it is a protected feature. Mason muttered, this is insane. Elise turned toward him. Your video was helpful. Thank you. His face went red. My father sat in the nearest chair like his legs had given up. The board chair asked to see the old office. Vivian said there was no old office. Sal stepped forward. I can show it. Vivian looked at him like loyalty meant helping her hide things. We went to the extra boardroom.
Probe launched.
Panel. I opened the stubborn door with the brass key. Inside, Elise laid out the identity covenant. June photographed the brass plate. The court reporter captured Vivian saying, those materials were obsolete. Vivian snapped, this is not a memorial service.
Probe away.
I said, it is a landlord inspection. She turned. You keep saying landlord like it makes you important. I looked at her, really looked. A woman who had taught a hotel to step around my mother's memory. The woman who thought public shame could end a daughter. It does not make me important, I said. It makes your permission unnecessary.
Probe away.
The first time she had nothing ready. Before lunch, the bank canceled the closing. 2 investors demanded their money back. The board suspended Vivian's authority over hotel operations until the ownership and default issues were resolved. By evening, the local business journal had the story. Parker House loan collapses after ownership dispute.
Launching probe.
Sounded polite. Vivian hated polite when it was aimed at her. I went home, placed the brass key and my mother's letter on my kitchen table, and made tea that went cold. My phone buzzed until it looked like it
Probe away.
trying to escape itself. 68 missed calls. Vivian, Dad, Mason, Vivian's lawyer, Dad again. I listened to 3 voicemails. Vivian's first was honey. Claire, sweetheart, this is a terrible misunderstanding. Her second was colder. You are damaging people who cared for you. Her third was the real Vivian. You think paper makes you powerful? You walked away from that hotel. We built it. I deleted nothing. I saved everything. At midnight, the note.
Launching
I looked
probe.
through the people. My father stood with his hood open, pale and tired. Vivian stood beside him, furious under perfect hair. Mason hovered behind them with no phone this time. I opened the door but kept the chain on. Vivian looked at the chain and gave a small laugh. Afraid of your own family? No. Careful with people who confuse access with ownership. Open the door. No. My father said, Claire, please. The bank pulled the loan. The board is panicking. We need to talk. We are talking. Vivian stepped close enough that the chain tightened when I moved the door. You humiliated us. You chose the audience. I chose the paperwork. You abandoned that hotel. I grieved my mother. You ran away because you could not handle me keeping it alive. I touched the brass key in my pocket. You kept it decorated. Other people kept it alive. That hit her harder than I expected. What do you want? She asked. The answer had become simple. The Harper House name restored everywhere. My mother's portrait.
Only half a
The
floor
staff
remains.
scholarship returned to Diane Harlow's name with missing funds reconciled. The founder case rebuilt. The compass repaired. Mason's access suspended. You removed from any role touching trust property. Dad out of operating control until an independent manager takes over. Vivian stared. That is a takeover. No. A takeover is what you tried. This is the owner returning home. My father whispered my name. I looked at him. Dad, you can visit. You can attend events. Maybe the board will allow an honorary title, but you do not get to sign for Mom's building again. His face folded. Vivian snapped. Richard, do not let her speak to you like that. He turned to her slowly. Did you know? He asked. Vivian went still. No what? That Diane owned the property through the trust. Did you know when the loan papers went out? She looked at me, then at Mason, then back at him. Everything I did was for this family. That was not yes, it was worse. My father stepped away from her. One small step, but it cracked something that had held for years. I said to go home. Vivian's eyes sharpened. This is not over. No, I said. It is finally in writing. Then I closed the door. The fallout was messy in the way real consequences are messy. Legal letters, court calls, staff rumors, investor demands. One awful lunch where my father admitted he had signed whatever Vivian put in front of him because he was tired after my mother died and did not want to fight anymore. I was tired, he said. I was your daughter. I answered. He cried into a paper napkin. I did not forgive him there. Forgiveness is not a light switch. But I stopped waiting for him to become the man who should have stood up at the gala. That man was a wish, not a father. Vivian resigned. hostile interference, and sentimental restrictions that made modern growth impossible. By dinner, half the town was repeating sentimental restrictions like it was a punchline. Mason lost his title, his office, and the company card he had apparently treated like a personal wallet. He texted me once, "You
Probe
ruined my
away.
life." I wrote back, "Your mother planned it. You filmed it." Then I blocked him. The staff were the part I was not ready for. A housekeeper brought a cardboard box from her garage. Inside were old founder case items Vivian had told her
Probe
to
away.
discard years earlier. Your mom knew my son's name. She said, "No owner ever did that before." A retired pastry chef mailed a photo of my mother from the African birthday
Probe
cake for
away.
a dishwasher's little girl. Sal gave me 3 brass keys on a ring and said she told me to keep them until the building remembered itself. I cried in my car after that because the building had not forgotten. People had not forgotten. I had mistaken silence for emptiness. 2 months later, we restored the lobby before breakfast. No gala, no champagne tower, no speeches. The new independent manager, Marisol, asked the staff what should come back first. They chose the portrait. We hung my mother across from the front desk, where every guest checking in would see the woman who made the place worth entering. Then came the founder case, the brass plates, the scholarship display, and the repaired compass in the ballroom.
Probe away.
Pokeballs out.
The Diane Harlow Staff Future Fund reopened with the missing money restored. The first scholarship went to a dishwasher's daughter who wanted culinary school. My father accepted a small honorary role with no signing authority. Sometimes he gives tours and says my mother's name without looking away. Sometimes I believe him. Sometimes I only let the words exist. Vivian left town. Her attorney sent one last letter asking us to stop implying she erased Diane Harlow's legacy. Elise answered with photographs of the disposal envelope, the missing plate, the covered compass,
Probe
and the video
away.
transcript. No second letter came. Despite the leak, I sit at a small desk near the lobby windows and review trust matters. The brass room key lies beside my laptop. It is scratched, dull, and stubborn. I never polished it. I like seeing what had to turn before the door opened. The last time I was there, a little girl in a yellow raincoat stood by the founder case while her mother checked in. She pointed to my mother's brass plate and traced the letters on the top. Who is that?
Launching probe.
Sal looked at me from behind the desk before he answered. That is the woman who built the house. I stood by the window with the old key in my palm, watching guests cross the brass compass in the ballroom doorway without knowing how close it came to being covered forever. For the first time in years, I did not feel like a visitor. I slipped the key into my
Launching
pocket and
probe.
let the lobby keep my mother's name out loud.
Launching probe. Probe away.
If you're a business looking to grow and scale with Walmart, I really suggest that you start a Walmart marketplace. We were doing well once we landed on Walmart. It's really been a hockey stick. We are fire department company, and we are a Walmart marketplace seller.
Probe launched.
You're not my biological child, so I forgot to put your name in the will, Dad announced at his birthday party at 65. The room erupted in laughter, except for me. I walked up, quietly placed my gift on the table, just a single sheet of paper. Then I ripped it to pieces right in front of him. When he managed to piece it back together, his face turned white because the paper was not a will. It was a county-recorded restriction, proving that the little grocery store he had spent 30 years calling his legacy could not be sold, refinanced, or handed to the woman wearing my dead mother's keys without my signature. 6 weeks earlier, my key stopped working in the back door of Albright Market. I stood there before sunrise, turning the same brass key I had used since I was 16. The door did not catch.
Probe
It opened
launched.
from inside after my third knock. Raymond Albright had his reading glasses low on his nose and that polite customer smile that always meant trouble at home. "Oh," he said. "You came early. I always come early. We changed the lock last night. Insurance theft. You
Launching
changed the lock
probe.
and forgot to tell me." Behind him, Sophie slipped into view. Sophie was his bookkeeper, then his helper, then the woman people stopped correcting when she stood too close to him after Mom died. She smiled softly, which made every sentence worse. "We're limiting access for a while," she said. "With the birthday event coming up, things need to look organized." The birthday event? Dad looked at her before he looked at me. Sophie lifted her clipboard. "Your father's 65th. Customer dinner, family tribute, speeches. The store deserves something beautiful." "Our store," I said. Dad's face went red. "My store don't
Probe
have
away.
with owning." I had run payroll there for years. I knew which roller rattled before breaking. I knew where Mom kept the old recipe cards and which loose tile behind the office desk could trip you if you came in too fast. But that morning, my father kept a new key in his fist.
Probe
I
away.
walked around to the front entrance and worked the register. At noon, I saw the second cut. The deli label that had said Mara's Sunday chicken salad
Probe
for
launched.
20 years was gone. The new card said Sophie's signature chicken salad. Tasha from the deli whispered, "I didn't change it." I know, she told me
Probe
to.
away.
Mom's photo was missing. In its place was a glossy birthday flyer with Dad smiling over the words, "Raymond Albright, 65."
Probe launched.
Service, family, and tradition. The freedom it said, hosted by Raymond Albright and Sophie Fowler. Not Mom, not me, Sophie. When I asked Dad, he did not look away from the office computer. It's marketing. It's Mom's recipe. Your mother is gone, he said. The sentence was quiet. That made it land harder. That night, my husband Spencer found me at our kitchen table with my store apron folded in front of me. They changed the locks, they said. They renamed Mom's food. Her picture is gone. His jaw tightened. What do you want to do? The smart answer was leave. The honest answer was worse. I want him to remember I'm his daughter. Spencer looked at me for a long moment. Has he forgotten? Or has he decided remembering costs him something? I hated that sentence because it was too close. The next week, Sophie became sweet. She brought me coffee for too much cream. She
Probe
called me
launched.
honey in front of employees. She asked me to help clean the storage room for the party because, as she put it,
Launching
family
probe.
keeps the peace. I was moving apple trees when I found Mom's cedar recipe box behind a stack of holiday sun. It had a tiny star burned into the corner because Mom used to say every kitchen needed one secret. Dad had told me she threw that box away. I opened it. Half the cards were missing. The remaining ones were ordinary. Meatloaf, pickled onions, lemon bars. The missing ones were the store recipes Sophie had started renaming. Sophie saw it and crossed the room too fast. Oh, there it is, she said, reaching. I closed the lid. This was Mom's. Your father asked me to organize old materials. Old material? She smiled with her teeth barely showing. People don't hold
Probe
on to
launched.
forever. I took the box home. That was the first thing I kept instead of returning. 2 mornings later, Dad called a staff meeting by the registers. Brenda from bakery watched Dad with the tired face of a woman who had known my mother too well to be fooled easily. Dad cleared his throat. Sophie will handle vendor approvals, payroll, and
Launching probe.
financial access for now. My daughter will focus on customer-facing tasks. He did not say my name. I already handle payroll, I said. Sophie found inconsistencies. Sophie lowered her eyes. Nothing we need to embarrass anyone over. That was how she embarrassed me, by pretending not to. Brenda looked straight at Dad. Payroll balance last Friday. I saw it before Sophie took the blue folder. Dad's smile stiffened. It's not a debate, but it was
Launching
the
probe.
important part. Blue folder. Later that day, a chairwoman stopped me in the cereal aisle and said, I'm sorry you're stepping back. Sophie said the stress got to be too much. I smiled. Did she? She said your father was heartbroken, but family has to protect family. That was when I understood the shape of the lie. They were not just removing me, they were making it look like I had become too
We have
emotional.
used half our
The
fuel.
next morning, my store email password no longer worked. When I asked Sophie for access, she was sitting in Dad's chair with Mom's silver moon key ring looped around her finger. Where did you get that? I asked. Raymond gave it to me. She glanced down at it like it meant nothing. He said Mom both wanted steady hands here. The room narrowed. Mom rubbed that little merch arm when bills were tight. She held it in chemo appointments. She handed it to me once after closing and said, keys are not about drawers. They are about who gets trusted. If you have ever watched someone rewrite your place in a family while everyone tells you to stay polite, tell me honestly, was I wrong for feeling hurt before I had the whole story? If you think I was not imagining it, please give this a like, because back then, I needed even one person to see what was happening before I trusted my own eyes. I started a notebook that night. Dates, times, changed locks, missing files, repeated which rumor. Every time Sophie called me emotional, I wrote it down. Spencer wanted me to call a lawyer. I wanted the blue folder first. The chance came because Dad still trusted me with work nobody else wanted. 3 nights before the birthday dinner, the walk-in cooler alarm called my phone after closing. Sophie was gone. Dad was at a golf dinner. The alarm company still had me as emergency contact because cutting me out was easy. Replacing me was harder. I used the front key they forgot I had and fixed the sensor in minutes. Then the office printer woke up. No one else was there. It spat out pages from a stuck print queue. I should have left, but my name was on the first line. Remove daughter from access list after event. They were email drafts from Sophie to a commercial realtor. She wrote that Raymond wanted a clean sale after public clarification clears family confusion. Another page named the buyer, a pharmacy chain that wanted our corner lot. A third page listed debt payments due the Monday after Dad's party. The store was not being protected. It was being prepared for sale. Sophie's plan was simple. Make me look unstable in front of the town. Let Dad publicly cut me out and sell the building before anyone asked why Mom's daughter had no say. One line made my hand go cold. Daughter has no legal ownership that Raymond acknowledges. Acknowledges. Not has, not does not have, acknowledges. I knew where Mom kept the papers. The basement office had a fireproof box under the old stairs. Inside were folders in Mom's slanted handwriting. Medical, taxes, store, and one yellow envelope labeled for my daughter. I opened it on the concrete floor. Inside was a one-page partnership addendum, signed by Mom, signed by Dad, and notarized 2 years before she died. It said Mom's half of Albright Market transferred to me at her death. Dad could manage daily operations only as long as the store stayed open and family run. Behind it was a note. If he is fair, you will never need this. If he is afraid, you might. Do not let anyone make you feel greedy for protecting what women in this family built. I pressed the paper to my mouth. For 4 years, I had worked like a daughter, begging for a place. Legally, I owned half of the ground beneath my feet. The next morning, I called the notary whose stamp was on the page. Diane Pierce worked 2 towns over in an office beside a nail salon. had certified copies sent to her attorney and the county business records office. She said home filing was not enough. Dad did not know. Sophie did not know. By the next afternoon, my lawyer confirmed it. The agreement was valid. Dad could not sell without me. He could not refinance without me. He could not erase me unless I let him. What do you want? My lawyer asked. I thought of Mom's missing picture. Sophie's hand around the moon key ring. Dad's new lock. The birthday flyer calling Sophie family. The pharmacy buyer waiting for our store to become empty shelves and dust. I want the truth to arrive before the sale does, I said. So we moved quietly. My lawyer notified the lender that ownership was
Welcome in, Mystic. Welcome back, Mid.
close my recorded interest. Then he prepared a restriction for the county clerk. No transfer, sale, or new debt on the store property without my written consent. I asked him not to serve Dad until the morning of the party. Spencer did not like that. You want him to humiliate you first? No, I said, closing Mom's recipe box. I want him to choose it in front of witnesses. The morning of Dad's birthday dinner, my lawyer slid one clean sheet across his conference table. County seal, property name, my mother's name, my name. The restriction recorded at 9 that morning. This protects the store, he said. I asked for 2 copies. One stayed with him. One went in my purse. The last one, plain and thin, was the one I planned to tear. Dad's party was in the store parking lot under a rented white tent. String lights hung from poles near the garden center. Folding tables sat between the front doors and the car return. Customers brought covered dishes. Church women arranged desserts. Vendors stood around trying to look festive. Near the back, the pharmacy buyer pretended to admire the produce display while studying the building like a man measuring a body before burial. Sophie saw me first. You came, she said. It's my father's birthday. She leaned close enough for me to smell mint on her breath. Try not to make tonight about your mother. Raymond deserves one evening that isn't haunted. That was her memorable gift to me. A clean sentence with poison folded inside. Dad climbed onto the little platform by the entrance. Behind him was a banner. Albright Market, family owned, family loved. The photo table showed my grandfather, Dad, Sophie at a chamber lunch, and no picture of Mom, no picture of me. Dad thanked vendors, customers, neighbors. He called Sophie the steady hand guiding our next chapter. People clapped. She touched Mom's moon key ring like she was touching a crown. Then Dad looked at me. His face softened into fake regret. And since tonight is about family, he said into the microphone, I should clear up some confusion. Brenda's head lifted near the bakery trays. Dad continued, my daughter has helped around here for years, and we appreciate that. But help is not ownership. Some people forget the difference. A few people gave nervous laughs. When Mara and I took her in, we did our best. But truth is true. She is not my biological child. And when I reviewed my estate, I realized I forgot to put her name in the will. He chuckled. The laughter followed. Not from everyone, but enough. A vendor laughed because Dad did. A church woman covered her mouth. Someone near the cart return said, oh, Raymond, like he had made a spicy joke instead of cutting me open in public. Dad smiled wider. So if she came tonight expecting keys to the kingdom, she might be disappointed. Sophie looked down, but her shoulders moved with one quiet laugh. I reached into my purse. I walked to the platform slowly because if I hurried, they could call it anger. I placed the single sheet on the cake table beside his plastic knife. Dad looked at it. What's this? A gift. I hope, he said, still into the microphone. Unless it is a DNA test.
Probe launched.
I doubt it changes much. Another silence. I picked up the paper and tore it once. The sound was sharp enough to cut the tent. Then I tore it again. And again. I left the pieces large enough to read if someone desperate enough put them back together. Sophie stepped forward. Don't do this. I looked at her wrist. Take off my mother's key ring before you touch anything of hers again. Her face hardened. Dad laughed. An ill fist
Probe
lifted
launched.
toward him. Put it together. I am not playing childish games. You already made the announcement. People were not laughing now. Dad bent over the table because pride would not let him refuse in front of everyone. At first, he pieced it together with irritation. Then the county seal appeared. Then first name, then
Probe
successor.
launched.
Then no transfer without written consent. His hands slowed. The pharmacy buyer walked closer. Dad stared at the paper as if the words had changed
Probe
the
away.
language on purpose. I took the microphone from the stand. Not from his hand. This morning, I said, the county recorded a restriction on Albright Market. My mother owned half of this store. Under an agreement Dad signed and notarized, her share became mine when she passed. That means this property cannot be sold, refinanced, transferred, or used for collateral without
Probe
my
away.
written consent. The pharmacy buyer looked at Sophie. Sophie looked at Dad. I kept going. Anyone who was told I was unstable, confused, or clinging to something that was not mine should know the truth. I was not asking for keys to the
Probe
kingdom.
launched.
I was protecting my mother's half of the truth. When he stepped forward, her voice broke. I saw Sophie take the payroll folder before she accused her. Tasha wiped her cheek. She told me my hours would get cut if I kept calling it Mara's chicken salad. Harlan raised one hand, awkward and brave. She told vendors the store was changing hands after this event.
Launching probe.
Person by person. Sophie's talk was answered. This is great. She twists everything because she cannot accept that Raymond moved on. I looked at the moon key ring. Moved on. I said, you changed my mother's recipes, removed her picture, wore her keys, spread lies about my birth,
Probe
and
away.
arranged a sale to a pharmacy chain before Dad even told the town he was cutting me out. The buyer put his phone to his ear and walked away. Dad finally understood the consequence. His face lost color from the word.
Probe launched.
The whispered, no, you lost it when you signed Mom's agreement and hoped I would never find it. Sophie unclasped the moon key ring and threw it on the table. It landed beside the torn pieces with a small silver sound.
Probe away.
Keep your mind, she said. Dad flinched. Not because she had something wrong, but because everyone heard it. Dad told me what I needed. The party broke apart quietly. The pharmacy
Launching probe.
I did not know she changed the label. Not sorry, I raised you, he said finally. I looked at Mom's empty picture book on the wall. Mom raised me. You benefited from it. That landed. For 1 second, shame looked possible on him. Then pride covered it. What do you want? I slid the agreement across the desk. He would remain for 6 months as a paid consultant with no financial control. Mom's recipes would return to her name. Her photograph would go back by the coffee machine. Every employee would get a written apology for the payroll accusation. Sophie would be barred from the premises.
Launching probe.
He could retire on fair monthly payments for his remaining share as long as he did not interfere. He wanted
Launching probe.
I learned from Mom. His mouth twisted. You always were more hers than mine. Once that would have sent me chasing him. This time it gave me peace. Yes, I said, thank
Probe
you.
away.
Only saying one true thing. He stopped. I didn't believe him. He did not ask. The store healed in practical ways first. Tom's photo went back up.
Let's get those Pokeballs in, chat.
The deli labels changed back. Laura's Sunday chicken salad sold out before lunch. Brenda became bakery manager. Tasha got full-time hours. Harlan got the produce budget Dad had denied him for years. An outside accountant took over the books. Every key was logged. I kept
Launching probe.
I placed it in the office drawer beside the certified agreement and the first recipe for she ever wrote for me.
Probe away.
Twice after that. The first time looked at my picture and said nothing. The second time he asked for the birthday
Probe
box
away.
fridge because it had his name on it. I said no. It has the store's name on it too. He left without it. Months passed. Customers still came for bread, milk, soup, gossip, and the bell over a familiar door. Some apologized too much. Some pretended they had never laughed. Brenda only squeezed my shoulder
Probe away.
regarding and said, your mama would like the way this place smells again. On the first quiet morning after the legal papers were settled, I opened alone. I took the torn copy from the office drawer, the one Dad had pieced together with white fingers under the party tent, and fed it into the shred bin. No speech, no ceremony, just paper becoming paper again. Then Tasha came through the back door with her mom with the key.
Probe away.
With more rolls, Harlan carried in peaches and complained they were too pretty to discount. The bell rang, and the first customer called. Smells like Mara's kitchen in here. I stood
Probe
behind the counter
launched.
with Mom's moon key safe in the drawer. These are Starbucks underclothes, and my name on the
Launching
paper
probe.
no birthday microphone could erase it. In a world and time full of people, I was not his real child. He was right about one thing. I was my mother's daughter, and that was the only inheritance I needed to keep the doors open.
Probe launched. Probe away.
Purposefully chosen ingredients.
Probe launched.
Purpose, lifting you up.
Probe away.
Feeling of the sun in a snack. Taste the sunshine.
Don't mind her. She lives off our parents. My brother told his groomsmen at the fitting. Can't hold a job. I kept my sleeves down, too slow. His best man caught the scar running up my wrist. Ranger. He went white. He stood. He pulled out
Probe
his
away.
phone without a word. My brother laughed. What are you doing? 20 minutes later, the door opened. Don't mind her. She lives off our parents. My brother told his groomsmen at the fitting. Can't hold a job. I kept my sleeves down. Too slow. His best man caught the scar running up my wrist. Ranger. He went white.
Probe
He
launched.
pulled out his phone without a word. My brother laughed. What are you doing? 20 minutes later, the door opened. Two
Launching
teenage
probe.
girls stepped into the tailor shop carrying a carpet bag with my name on it. The older one looked past my brother Owen, past the groomsmen, and straight at me. Ms. Mercer, did you authorize a wedding for 300 guests at Holloway Mill? I said Owen's jacket on the counter. No. Owen stopped laughing. His best man, Caleb Ross, had served as an Army Ranger before becoming a fire investigator. During a tornado response years earlier, I had shut down a leaking chemical line and raised a failing beam while his team carried trapped workers out. A steam pipe scarred my arm. Caleb had seen the graft before I was airlifted, but never learned my name. He knew one other thing. Holloway Mill had failed a preliminary occupancy review 6 weeks earlier, and the engineer who signed the pledge notice to
Probe
me
launched.
commercial open to the packet. This application includes an owner consent letter, a structural clearance, and an insurance declaration. All three carrier signatures
Launching
with
probe.
What owner consent to fiancé pro was
away.
At the packet, then at me. Why are they calling you the owner? I could have answered in front of everyone. Instead, I pulled Owen's cuff straight and said, because I am. The fitting ended without anyone taking measurements. Before I reached the garage apartment, the family chat filled with messages. Brooke said the county had overreacted. Owen said Caleb had humiliated him. My mother Ruth asked why I had hidden a building from them. I had not hidden the mill. I had hidden that I owned it. Holloway Mill was an abandoned machine shop where my father once worked. When his hardware store lost its lease, I bought the mill through Northline Structural Holdings, my disaster inspection company, and gave my parents the front workshop rent-free. They never asked who owned Northline. Owen called it an investment tax
Probe
project,
launched.
directing people who preferred his services. At family dinners, I was the daughter with a duffel bag and no permanent office. Nobody noticed that emergency work rarely came with a neat title or a predictable address. Downstairs, my mother had placed
Probe
the old
away.
brass mill key on the kitchen table. It had belonged to my father when he was a maintenance apprentice. I had returned it to him after I changed the locks and bought the building. Bruce pushed it through.
Probe launched.
Your company gave the family full use. Functional use, I said, not public use, not renovation.
Launching probe.
My father rubbed both hands over his face. Owen said the ballroom was already approved. There is no ballroom. There is a machine floor with an unstable east wall and a roof truss waiting for reinforcements. Owen came in through the back door without knocking. You could fix it. I could. Not before the wedding, then move the wedding date. My mother said it like a practical solution. Owen snapped his head forward. We already
Launching
sent
probe.
invitations. I looked at him. Why did you send invitations before asking the owner? His mouth tightened. Because you were never here. There it was. Not the whole motive, but the part he felt safe saying. Owen had stayed in Millfield and worked beside our father. I traveled after storms, fires, and factory failures. Because my contracts ended when each site was safe, my family called them temporary jobs. Owen leaned over the table. You disappear for months,
Probe
then come
launched.
back and act like a signature makes you famous. My father flinched, but he did not correct him. I picked up the brass key. A signature is exactly what you use to pretend I agree. Owen left. My mother cried quietly. My father asked whether I planned to cancel the wedding. I did not schedule it, I said, so I cannot cancel it. I can only refuse access to my building. The next morning, the lock on the mill side office did not accept my key card. Someone had removed my access from the electronic panel controlling the
Launching
office,
probe.
utility room, and rear gate. Only Owen had been helping Brooke coordinate vendors. Inside, white tables on the dance floor were
Probe
an area
away.
labeled for load testing. Folding chairs fastening the red "Do not occupy" tag someone had covered with ribbon. I peeled the ribbon off.
Launching probe.
Behind the office door, carrying a clipboard and smiling as though I were late to an appointment she had made for me. I was going to call, she said. You removed my access. The planner needed one administrator. Too many people change
Probe
things.
away.
It's messy. My building is not your seating chart. Her smile stayed in place. Your parents told me you would be difficult once you realized people were finally using the property for something meaningful. That line was clean enough for church and cruel enough to keep. She described a ceremony under the crane rails, dinner near the old lathes, and a curtain hiding the damaged east wall. She had booked vendors and a magazine feature about saving a family landmark. Her clipboard held a draft article naming Brooke as creative director of Holloway House and Owen as operations manager. My parents were called the Legacy family. I was not mentioned. Who owns Holloway House? I asked. Brooke tapped the paper. We are still shaping the language. Try shaping it around the truth. She closed the clipboard. The truth is that you bought a building nobody could use, and Owen turned it into something the town can love. The town cannot safely stand aside. You always do this. You arrive with rules after other people have done the emotional work. I almost laughed. Instead, I reached for the old brass key hanging
Probe
from a
away.
nail beside the office. It was my father's key, the one I had placed on the kitchen table the night before. Brooke covered it with her hand. Owen gave me that. It opens a mechanical lock the electronic system does not record. Her eyes changed for half a second. That was the first useful answer she gave me. I did not take the key. I left it under her hand and walked home. My lunch, Brooke
Probe
had
away.
posted a photograph of Owen beneath a sign reading, "Our family story continues here." She announced the wedding would launch Holloway House as Millfield's newest event venue. When someone asked whether I would attend, Brooke replied, "She travels a lot, but we hope she can make time for family." I read that twice. Then I called the insurer whose declaration page had been altered. I called the county permit office. I called my attorney, Denise Harper, and asked her to pull the ownership history for
Probe
every
away.
document connected to Holloway Mill. I did not call her. The caterer called before dinner and asked whether Northline wanted the final invoice divided between
Probe
the
away.
wedding and the venue launch. Brooke had listed me as financial guarantor. I asked the caterer to email the original booking form and preserve every revision. The first version named Owen, the second carried my company address, added after the deposit was declined. That evening, my mother came upstairs with a casserole dish and no appetite. "People are saying you are jealous," she said. "Are you?" She looked down. "I do not understand why you never told us what you had. What would you have done with the information?" I waited. She remembered the jokes, the introductions where she called me between jobs, and the Christmas when Owen gave me a gas card because everyone assumed I could not
Launching
afford the drive
probe.
home. She also remembered asking me to sleep above the garage so Brooke's relatives could use the guest room, never wondering why I arrived from disaster zones, too tired to explain where I had been. Maybe some women listening know what it feels like when your family asks why you stayed quiet, but never asks what made silence safer. Was I wrong for not protecting them from the truth anymore? If you think I had the right to step back and let their choices speak, leave a like or tell me in the comments. I needed that kind of honesty then, because nobody in my kitchen knew. My mother took
Launching probe.
key ring I had set beside my bed. Now I find out how far they went. The answer came in pieces. The county portal showed Brooke had replaced an authentic workshop use letter with one permitting public gatherings. The office copier log listed owner consent signature layer and Holloway gift announcement. The notary seal belonged to Elaine Porter, who had retired months earlier. Denise found the deeper plan. Brooke had applied for a historic redevelopment grant using a draft agreement that gave Holloway House 10 years of control over my property and the right to collect event fees. I called him from the mill parking lot. Did you read the management agreement? Silence. Owen, Brooke said it was for the grant. It gives her company control of my property. Our company that corrected me faster than any confession could have. You formed it together? It is just paperwork right now. Did you tell mom and dad they will benefit? Did you tell them the hardware inventory is listed as business loyal? He breathed into the phone. I do not understand how close the store is to failing. I have reviewed the store's numbers. It was not failing because of rent. I charged none. Owen had used its credit line for wedding deposits and Holloway House startup costs. Brooke needed the mill wedding to produce photographs, contracts, and attention before the grant committee met. Come along, he said. We can solve this privately. You made it public before you made it legal. I ended the call. The next escalation came at church on Sunday. After church, Brooke called my parents forward and presented a framed rendering of the future venue, thanking them for preserving a family legacy. Across the bottom, gold letters read, donated by the Mercer family.
Probe
The
away.
call started before my father read the words. Marion, come join us. This was your father's dream long before it was your investment. Every face followed ours. It
Probe
was
away.
manners. Refusing would look cold. Doing the would look like consent. I walked forward, took the frame from my mother's hand, and
Launching probe.
printed logo in the corner. Holloway House. Brooke kept smiling. We all did. You did. I handed the frame back to Brooke. Then do not announce my property here. Brooke lowered her voice, but not enough. This is why your family stopped pending review. You only show up to take something away. My father finally spoke. Brooke, that is enough. I left without defending.
Probe launched.
Coffee in the parking lot. The inspection tape was changed to a day you were in Louisiana. He said, your state response roster proved that. He held out an evidence sleeve containing a silver flash drive. The tailor found it under Owen's chair. It has Brooke's logo. I did not touch it. Give it to Denise. I said, chain of custody matters. Caleb nodded. He had expected that answer. The drive was another crack, not the hard proof. It held scanned copies of my signature and photographs of the brass key beside restricted mill doors. The pictures had been taken in my parents' kitchen. My mother recognized Brooke's bracelet reflected in the toaster. My father removed
Probe
Owen's
away.
work schedule, then put it back. He was still suspended and could not decide what punishment looked like. I changed every electronic code, but left the old mechanical lock untouched. I wanted to know whether Brooke would use the brass key after receiving court orders. The nurse
Launching probe.
Caleb arranged a lawful camera at the rear gate for the active fire safety investigation. 2 nights later, at 11:14, the rear gate opened. Brooke entered with the brass key, followed by the decorator and 2 men carrying pipe frames. She had told them the permit issue was settled. They rolled equipment across the load test area and began hanging fabric from the screen. The camera
Probe away.
including Brooke saying the owner is my sister. She signs whatever her parents ask. She held up the brass key as if it proved authority. Owen had given it to her after my father left it on the kitchen table. I watched the footage. Owen watched it 3 times. He came to my
Probe
office
away.
recording with red eyes and a paper cuff version. She said you had changed your mind. You received a legal notice. She said it was for appearance until the county meeting. You chose the version that protected you from canceling deposits. He sat across from me.
Launching probe.
I was trying to keep the store alive. You stole more money before you had permission to use the building. I thought once everyone saw the wedding, you would not stop it. I slid over a repayment agreement covering the store deposits, legal costs, and security work, with monthly payments tied to his wages. What if I do not sign? He asked. Did the insurer and county decide what happens next?
Probe
They were
launched.
for a long time. Then finally released him. Anyone will look at him. 4 days before the wedding, the county preservation board heard Brooke's emergency grant request. She arrived with vendor letters, church photographs, and the framed render. She spoke like confidence could outrun record. Brooke described the mill as a family legacy placed in her care. She called the delays family emotions, not safety concerns. The board chair asked whether she had controlling authority over the property. Yes, Brooke said. The family has supported this project from the beginning. Denise gave the chair a certified deed showing Northline as sole owner, then the company record showing Northline belonged to me. Caleb confirmed the inspection date and signature had been altered. He did not mention the old rescue. He kept the truth useful. The clerk displayed the upload log tying the altered files to Brooke's laptop. Elaine Porter appeared by video and denied notarizing anything. Then Denise played the rear gate recording. Brooke's own voice filled the meeting room. The owner is my sister-in-law. She signs whatever her parents ask. Brooke finally turned toward me. You recorded me? The county recorded a restricted entrance under an active safety investigation. Caleb said. She looked at Owen. Say something. I knew the store money was being used. He said,
Anomaly
I signed the
detected.
management agreement. I did not read the full document.
User unregistered or record damaged. Nature of incident is not reported. Assistance is requested. General
I have found something.
All right, we'll deal with it a little bit later.
Referred the documents to the county attorney and barred Holloway House from reapplying under the same ownership. The fire marshal
Launching probe.
unauthorized entry. My real insurance policy
Probe away.
the cracked rendering against her chest. The wedding did not happen at the mill. She moved the wedding to an interstate hotel and cut the guest list in half. Vendors withdrew after learning the mill had never been approved. I attended the ceremony, sat where my invitation placed me, and left before the watercraft. I would not punish a marriage, and I would not help stage another false picture. Owen still married her, but they separated within a year. Brooke blamed his testimony. Owen blamed her pressure. Neither began by naming the choice.
Pokeball's out.
My mother wrote an apology listing the jokes she had repeated and the help she had accepted without asking what it cost. She did not request forgiveness. She left me. My father
Probe launched.
He came to the mill, stuck behind the locked gate, and called instead of using the brass key, which wall am I allowed to work with? He was still
Launching the probe.
After the wall was reinforced, the hardware store signed a real lease with clear access limits. My father paid the first month early. Owen sold his share of Holloway House, returned to reduce his hours, and made every repayment. I did not restore his key card. Trust was not part of the payment system. Months later, he placed
It looked like you did on Twitch.
with the hearing date written across it. I kept thinking you were punishing me. You were giving me a
Launching the
Like for a hot minute, your name wasn't in my chat room
without turning the scar.
that I could see on the list. That's why I said welcome back, bitch.
probe launched.
Oh, I know Twitch be bugging.
Firefighters and young tradespeople learning to spot structural hazards. Every user signed in, and every door had a named person responsible. Brooke accepted a diversion agreement, repaid the document at
Probe
inspection
away.
cost, and surrendered every claim connected to the mill. I shredded the cracked rendering after the case closed. My mother thinks my ownership
Launching
option
probe.
is great. Not as great as
Oh, I'm not doing story work right now in the game. Right now, I'm mining planets for resources.
Probe away.
Because that's something in this game that you absolutely have to fucking do. Especially if you want to have your best chance at beating the game.
It is likely that searching the wreckage would provide information about the Estevanico's final hours. Warning, disturbing the wreck could cause it to become unbalanced and fall over the cliff's edge.
Imagine all the clinics down the street are stealing your new patients because you are not available to pick up the phone. I'm Ovia, your next AI clinic co-pilot. Book a demo with Soaring FX and at any time, 24/7.
What am I supposed to do here? Oh.
I arrived late to the Christmas party and heard my parents making a toast. Thank God Christine didn't show up. No one wants her here. My sister laughed. I listened to her planning for my parents' party was shut down in 15 minutes. And by then I already knew why they were so happy I was still outside. My name is Christine Andler. I'm 34 and I've worked in health insurance. My days are spreadsheets, claim files, and clients want miracles after missing deadlines. I like turkeys. I like paper trails. That probably sounds true.
that was a bit hairy.
For later. They were already monetizing the house. Laurel drafted everything at once. Petition, notice to vacate, demand to stop commercial use, reservation notice for messages and payment records. I signed every page. My mother called that night sobbing, not to apologize, to ask if I had really reported family over paperwork. You witnessed a fake deed transferring my property to Delilah, I said. I didn't understand what Wade put in front of me. You signed as a witness. It was all moving so fast. It had not been moving fast. Dad got on the line next. Your mother was trying to keep peace. By helping Delilah steal my house when I died, his voice turned hard. Watch your mouth. Delilah texted 10 minutes later. You were not seriously throwing a tantrum.
Probe launched.
A backup plan. I sent that screenshot straight to Laurel. The hearing landed the week of Christmas. Delilah must have received them.
Launching probe.
She sent invitations for Christmas Eve at the neighbors, big family, matching pajamas for the kids, prime rib, mulled wine bar. A line near the bottom said, celebrating home. On Christmas Eve morning, Laurel called while I was putting on one earring. We got it. I sat down on the edge of my bed. The court granted immediate enforcement based on the forged deed, witness evidence, commercial use, and tenancy conditions.
Probe away.
Arrived tonight. I looked at the happily tree by my window tonight. I arrived late on purpose, not for drama, because if I showed up early, Delilah would pull me aside and start with tears. Then
Probe
leave,
away.
then family. She was strongest before the audience settled. I wanted the whole room seated. Snow was coming down in dry white sheets. The duplex glowed from every window. Laughter rolled through the front door before I touched the knob. Then came my father's voice. Let's make a toast to a peaceful Christmas, and thank God Christine didn't show up.
Yeah, that's on there.
Launching probe.
Softer, but clear enough.
But it's gonna be fucking expensive.
I stood on my own porch hearing them in.
And I can't guarantee the full 24 hours.
Instead of walking in, I stepped back into the snow, crossed to my car, and called. I'm outside.
Probe launched.
Outside, every chair filled. Good, stay there.
That's why it says attempt.
My hand wrapped around the restricted key to the new lock set, metal edges pressing into my palm. That key has been a strange symbol
Probe
over the last
launched.
2 months. Control, permission. The fact that a door is either yours to open or it isn't. At about
Launching
12
probe.
minutes, the sheriff's SUV turned onto the street and the music cut off after the knock. At 15 minutes, Deputy Harlan was on the porch serving papers. I got out of my car when I saw Delilah throw the front door.
Fairly recently.
You cannot
Within like the last, I think, month or so.
Ma'am, the timing is set by the court. Dad pushed up behind her. This is a private family gathering. The deputy handed him the packet. This is also private property owned by Christine and
Probe launched.
my heels sank into the thin snow.
Hello, shit bro.
The room turned when
Mid, shout out him.
it smelled like rosemary, red wine, and something burning in the kitchen. Matching glasses, red napkins, my grandmother's silver on the table, which my mother had taken from storage without her.
Probe away.
Looked at me first, not angry. Delilah looked furious. Christine, she said, like my name is Rosemary. I took
Probe
off
launched.
my glove and laid the restricted key on the entry table beside her bowl of peppermint candies. Then I looked at the room. Aunt Beverly, Uncle Merritt, Wade's parents, a couple of neighbors, 3 strangers, probably from those dinner events, witnesses everywhere. Good. Deputy Harlan explained the order. Fraudulent deed filing, immediate injunction, termination of occupancy, unauthorized commercial use, named occupants required to leave, guests required to clear the premises. Then Laurel stepped in behind me carrying a slim folder. That was her surprise, not mine. For the avoidance of confusion, she said to the room, the county has already flagged the deed as fraudulent, and the court has entered a temporary voiding order. Anyone remaining here after service is interfering with enforcement. That took the air out of Delilah.
Probe away.
Stared at Laurel, then at me. You brought a lawyer to Christmas. I looked at him. You brought my mother to a forged deed. Delilah changed tactics fast. Tears rolling down her
Probe
face.
away.
Protect this house for the family, she said to the room. To me, she doesn't even want kids. She was going to let strangers end up with it someday. There was the motive. Money first,
Launching probe.
entitlement first. The belief that my life counted less because it did not look like hers. Aunt Beverly finally said, Delilah, did you really file that paper? Delilah didn't answer. Laurel opened her folder, pulled out the still image from the county terminal, and handed it to the deputy. Held it where the nearest
Probe
paper
away.
would be. Camel coat, kiosk, date. Wade went pale. My mother sat down hard on the arm of the couch. Then my father said the ugliest thing he has ever said to me. You were never going to build a real family anyway. Not shouted, not slurred, just plain. For 1 second, the whole room narrowed to that sentence. Then Aunt Beverly moved away from my
Probe
mother
launched.
and set his drink down. One of the neighbors whispered, I reached into my bag, took out the old County Fair photo
Probe
they had
launched.
face down in their pantry cabinet weeks earlier, and set it on the dining table between the wine bottles. You already chose which daughter counted, I said. Now the court is just catching up. That was the public turn. Delilah lunged for the picture. Wade hurt her wrist.
Probe away.
Told just done. Guests started collecting cards. Deputy Harlan asked the room to clear. His partner moved down the hall to supervise packing for the named occupants. My mother kept saying, can we please not do this in front of everyone, which might have moved me if she hadn't helped build every step that led there. Wade looked at the image, then at Delilah.
Probe launched.
Pristine paperwork. She shot
away.
Into the counter like she was still hosting. Like if she would save dinner, maybe the night would stay a night and not become the end of something. They were given time to
Launching probe.
medications, coats, personal papers, and overnight bags. Nothing else. Dad kept asking where they were supposed to go. A hotel, I said. Delilah's. I truly do not care. By then, most of the guests were gone.
Pokeballs out.
Uncle Barrett lingered near the door, both looking older than they had an hour earlier. As Delilah passed me with her purse and an overstuffed tote, she leaned close and whispered, "You think this makes you powerful?" "No," I said. "It makes me safe." They were out before the hour ended. After the deputies left, the duplex looked stunned. Half-full glasses, a chair knocked sideways, steam fading off the roast, prime rib untouched beside my grandmother's silver. I stood in the middle of the living room while Laurel closed her folder. "You all right?" she asked. I looked around at the wreck they had called Celebration. "I think so." In January, the court made the void order permanent. Delilah was ordered to pay my legal fees tied to the forged filing. The township fined her for the unauthorized dinner event, and because the bookings had run through
Probe
a business
away.
payment app under her baking company, the tax office got involved too. Quiet consequences, the kind that stack. Wade moved into his brother's basement before Valentine's Day. My parents rented a furnished apartment across town, and my father started telling people he had chosen to leave because I had become cold and corporate. He loves that word when a woman refuses him something. Then came the last piece. In February, Aunt Beverly asked me to meet her for coffee. She brought a manila envelope and slid it across the table. "I found this in your mother's church tote after Christmas," she said. Inside was a handwritten list in Delilah's print, things to handle before spring. Get Christine to put parents on formal leave. Push the same conversation again.
Launching probe.
Ask about making Delilah emergency hospital contact. Move county papers to safe place. And at the bottom, underlined twice, if she won't cooperate, say she promised grandma. My grandmother had been dead for 6 years. I stared at that page for a long time.
Probe
Not because
away.
it changed anything legally. Laurel said it was context, not necessary proof, but emotionally, it sealed something. The manipulation was older than the deed. Case spring.
Probe launched.
Lieutenant, a kindergarten teacher, they paid on time, signed every page, and asked permission before hanging flower boxes under the front windows. I blocked Delilah in March after one last email accusing me of humiliating a mother in front of her child. I did not reply. My father left
Probe
right
away.
in April. You made your point. Now stop punishing everybody. I saved it and never answered. My mother sent a card in May with no return address. Resources inscribed.
Probe launched.
Put that in the fireproof box too. Quiet came slowly after that. One Sunday in June, I drove past the duplex on my way home from the farmer's market. Flower boxes under the windows, the yellow ribbon tied to the porch rail, the plastic watering can by the front step, chalk drawing of a crooked sun on the walkway. I parked across the street from it. No white light, no strangers with wine glasses, no one inside telling a story about me to make themselves feel cleaner. Just a house, my house, being used honestly. I keep the old
Probe launched.
photo in my kitchen now, not because I miss where we were, but because it reminds me how long I spent trying to earn softness from people who preferred access. In the picture, Delilah's hand is sticky from candy and hooked into mine. We look like sisters who still belong to the same story. We don't. These days, my front door lock turns exactly the way it should. My mail comes to one box. My files stay where I put them. I don't hand out spare keys to people who confuse closeness with permission. On cold nights, I still reach into my coat pocket
Launching probe.
and feel for that restricted key, even when I don't need it. Metal, edges, weight. A small, hard reminder that ownership is not cruelty. And saying no does not make me less of a daughter. It just means I finally stopped being their backup plan. If this story stayed with you, follow for the next one.
Probe away. Probe away.
Not all kids learn the same way. I tell you what, I don't get a break with nothing. I played hide and seek when I was 3. Why didn't you even look at me? Why would I wait till another had run? I correct what don't you when I won. When I was born, I wrote joy. My old man said he was a good boy. How could it be him with you? I just took a break with you. Red don't do my phone don't ring. I don't get a break with anything. Oh, Dad, where is my sting? I tell you what right now, the last week I was crushing. I don't get a break with nothing.
Probe away.
Why didn't you even look at me? Why would I wait till another had run? I correct what don't you when I won.
Probe launched.
After my mom's funeral, my sister's husband stood up and
We lost a genuine talent when Rodney Dangerfield passed away.
looked at each other. Then we both started laughing because his wife wasn't the eldest child. My mother and Richard Perry
Probe
attended
launched.
his 40th birthday dinner 2 years earlier. He had joked about Laura being the baby of the family while she cut my cake. There were photographs of me holding her in the hospital when I was almost 7. He was not great with
Launching
dictionary.
probe.
He was saying something false in a room full of witnesses, and he wanted the false thing repeated. Richard's face tightened. What's funny? My mother's attorney, Margaret Hayes, rested both hands on the closed leather case in front of her. She had not removed a single
Probe
document.
away.
Said, "You know Flora is younger than me." He shrugged. "Oldest in the sense that matters." My Aunt June asked, "In what sense is that?" The child Ruth trusted to continue the family legacy. Laura stared at him, still holding the folded funeral program. "Richard, what are you doing?" "Protecting what your mother intended." He placed a blue folder on the table. A gold label read Bennett Family Succession. I recognized it. The folder had lived for years in the locked record cabinet above my mother's oldest pharmacy. Margaret recognized it too. Richard tapped the cover. "Ruth prepared this before she became too ill. Flora is the senior family successor, and I am authorized to assist her. Vanessa has no management role." My cousins looked at me instead of the folder. For nearly 3 years, I handled
Launching
my mother's
probe.
medical calendar, payroll questions, insurance renewals, and the late-night emergencies that come when someone is dying slowly. I had never called myself an heir. Richard made my care sound like a campaign. He leaned toward me. "You were useful while Ruth was sick. That does not make you important now." Flora whispered his name, but he kept looking at me. Margaret closed her case. "No estate documents will be reviewed today." Richard pushed the folder toward her. "Then confirm this." She did not touch it. "Where did you get that?" "From Ruth went months ago when she asked me to help Flora." Margaret studied him. "Take it with you. Do not remove, scan, alter, or distribute anything else from Ruth Bennett's offices or home. You cannot order me around." "No, but the temporary preservation notice I filed this morning can." His shoulders stiffened. It was the first crack. In the hallway, Richard stood close to Flora and spoke through a smile. "Tell her Mom wanted you to run everything." Flora swallowed. "Mom said she wanted the pharmacies protected." "Exactly. That is not the same sentence." His smile stayed in place. "This is not the time to become confused." I saw her flinch. She turned to me. "Sign whatever Margaret sends. Stay out of the stores and make this easy." I drove to my mother's house because her cat
Probe
needed
launched.
discipline. My brass key entered the front lock but would not turn. A locksmith sticker had been pressed beside the frame. Flora answered my call.
Probe
"Did you
launched.
change Mom's lock?" "No." Richard did. He said the insurance company required it. "When?" "Yesterday morning, before the funeral." Richard took the phone. "Your access ended when Ruth died. My medication is inside, so is Mabel. I fed the cat. She needs it."
Launching probe.
"It is in the refrigerator door inside a green pouch. Open the house." "You do not get to issue commands because you kept a spare key." I called Margaret. She arrived with the sheriff's civil
Probe
deputy
away.
and the preservation notice. Richard appeared 15 minutes later, furious but neatly dressed. The deputy asked who authorized the lock change. I did. My wife is the family. "Your wife has not been appointed to any role." The deputy held out his hand. "Provide the
Launching
leadership."
probe.
Inside, Mabel was under the dining table, thirsty and trembling. 2 desk drawers were open. The records cabinet in my mother's study had been empty. The brass key ring that usually hung beside the pantry was gone. Richard stood in the doorway. "You're making this look dramatic." I did not answer. I was holding a shaking cat against my chest. That evening, he posted in the family group chat, "For transparency, Vanessa entered Ruth's property with law enforcement and removed items before an inventory could be completed. Laura and I are trying to protect the estate.
Launching
Do
probe.
not request documents or valuables from Vanessa's lender." And he posted a photograph of the deputy's car. Aunt June wrote, "I hope everyone can be fair." I typed a response, erased it, and set my phone face down. Flora called 10 minutes later. "I did not approve that message," and corrected. "He says arguing publicly will make us
Probe
look
launched.
unstable." He accused me publicly. I know. "Did you ever see the blue folder?" "No." "Did Mom call you the senior successor?" "No." I looked at the empty hook where the brass keys had gone. "Flora, how many things has he told you?" she said. She did not answer. The next morning, a woman from Harbor National Bank called while I sat outside the pharmacy. "Miss Bennett, I am verifying a family succession affidavit
Probe
connected to a
launched.
commercial bridge loan. The applicant represented that the Bennett investments would transfer to Flora Collins, with Richard Collins acting as authorized manager. Your signature appears as a family witness." I never signed that. Her voice became formal. "Thank you, our compliance
Launching
officer."
probe.
"When was it submitted?" 2 days after your mother's death. The funeral had not happened yet. Margaret listened when I
Probe
called
away.
and said, "Now we know why he needed a room full of relatives to hear his version. He wanted witnesses. He wanted repetition. If the family began calling Flora the eldest successor, he could describe his lie as a shared understanding. The blue folder was not just stolen. It was a staged fraud. My mother's operations manager waited by the office
Probe
stairs.
away.
He worked for her for 26 years. Richard came in Sunday night. He said Flora needed tax records. I let him upstairs because he knew the alarm code. How long was he there? Almost 2 hours.
Probe
The
away.
copier kept running. He left with the blue folder. I also logged into the copier's administrator account. There were 43 scans from that night. Tax returns, investment summaries, old resolutions, and signature pages. Every file had gone to Richard's private email. One scan made Miles sit down. It was
Launching probe.
What do you need me to do? Tell Margaret exactly what happened. That afternoon, Richard arrived with a real estate broker and two men carrying measuring devices. He walked through the pharmacy as though it already belonged to him. Miles walked the stairs. The office door closed to his
Probe launched.
Miles, I'm not a visitor. The temporary custodian says you are. Customers watched from the prescription line. I stepped beside Miles. Why is a broker here? To assess options. For property you cannot sell? Richard turned toward the waiting customers. This is what Vanessa does. She creates scenes, then acts like everyone else is unreasonable. She's been trying to control Ruth's business since the diagnosis. These
Probe
people
away.
watched me fill in during staffing shortages and drove my mother home after late shifts. Now they were hearing that I had used her illness to grab power. Laura entered through the side door, panic on her face. For a second, I wondered whether silence still looked dignified or whether it only made room for louder people. Was I wrong to feel that staying quiet had become another way of helping him? If you think I had every right to protect my mother's name and my own, leave a like so I know I am not imagining how cruel this was. And if you think I should have handled it differently, tell me honestly.
Probe launched.
I called Margaret on speaker. She said, Mr. Collins, the preservation order bars valuation, listing, transfer, or attempted transfer of a state-controlled property. Asked the broker to leave. The broker was already packing his laser measure. Richard looked at Flora. Tell them you authorized this. She stared at him. Say it. I didn't, she said. It was the first time she contradicted him in public. His face went flat. You are overwhelmed. No, I am listening. He left, but the messages began before he reached the parking lot. Flora, I am trying to save your future while your sister turns everyone against. To the family, Vanessa caused another public confrontation. Grief can make people act unpredictably. To Miles, once Laura takes the position,
Probe away.
each guy had a different audience and a different job. Margaret asked Laura to meet her alone. Laura came to my apartment carrying the
Ah, god damn it. That's not what I was trying to fucking do, you piece of shit.
Denise provided her notary journal. She had not seen Richard, Laura, or my mother that day. Her stamp number had been copied from the medical directive in the blue folder.
There we go.
Richard denied everything. He called the forms draft. He told Aunt June I had frightened Laura into leaving him. He told Miles the scans had been requested by my mother. Then he made his worst move. My mother's pharmacy held an annual community health night. She had planned this year's event before she became so weak to attend.
Probe away.
Vendors, customers, scholarship students, and the neighborhood paper would all be there. Richard sent invitations announcing that Flora Collins, eldest daughter and incoming owner, would present the scholarships and share the Bennett family's future plan. He did not ask Flora. He assumed she was
Probe launched.
because refusing in public would embarrass her. What do I do? She asked. Decide what is true, then only say that. Margaret contacted the bank's compliance officer, Denise, the hospice administrator, and the outside accountant. She did not cancel the event. She changed the order of speakers. Richard arrived early in a dark suit and placed the blue folder on the podium. Beside it lay my mother's missing brass keyring, arranged like a trophy. He had taken the keys from a dying woman's home, locked down the daughter caring for her cat, and carried them onto a stage to make authority look inherited. The scholarship ceremony began normally. Miles welcomed the crowd. Two nursing students received checks. Then Richard stepped forward before his name was called. Ruth chose Flora to preserve what she built, he said. Some people have resisted this transition and tried to turn grief into control. Tonight we are putting that behind us. He looked directly at me. You can spend years trying to hear someone and
Probe
still never
away.
become the person they chose. The line was soft enough for a reporter and cruel enough for me. Laura walked onto the stage. Richard moved toward her, but she stopped several feet away. My name was put on that invitation without my permission, she said into the microphone. I am not the eldest daughter. I am not the incoming owner. I did not authorize my husband to speak for me. Richard reached for the microphone. Margaret stepped between them. As counsel for Ruth Bennett's estate and business interests, I need to correct several statements before they cause further harm. The screen behind the stage lit up. The first image was a will.
Probe away.
Farewell. It was the bank's bridge loan application. Richard's name appeared as applicant. Laura's anticipated inheritance appeared as collateral support. My forged signature appeared
Probe
beneath an
launched.
affidavit created after my mother's death. The next image showed the file history. The document had been created on Richard's home computer, revised through the company email, and
Probe
uploaded
launched.
before the funeral. Anyone could create metadata. He said. Denise stood from the front row. My notary stamp was copied without permission. My journal confirms I did not witness those signatures. The hospice administrator confirmed Denise
Launching probe.
on the listed date. Miles confirmed Richard had used the pharmacy office. The copier audit showed the scan time, the stolen signature sheet, the copied directive,
Launching
and the
probe.
email address that received every file. Richard looked at Flora. This was for us. You forged my sister's name. I was buying time. You used mom's death as a deadline extension. His voice rose. Because your family would have left everything in legal limbo. My company's
Probe launched.
not devotion to legacy, not
Let's get those Pokeballs in the chat.
Leaving him, the bank compliance officer said the application had been referred for investigation. No Bennett account would support Richard's loan, and his lender had frozen further advances to his company. Richard pointed at me. Vanessa planned this humiliation. I walked to the stage only when Margaret nodded. No, you planned a public announcement. You brought the records you created. I picked up my mother's brass keys. You changed her locks before she was married. You used her office, her signature, her business, and your wife's name. You accused me because you needed everyone looking away from you. You think this makes you the owner? No. That answer unsettled him more than a claim would have. Margaret explained the real facts. My mother had
Launching
signed an
code.
ownership agreement months before the final realization. The pharmacies would be sold gradually to a trust benefiting the workers who had helped build them. The investment portfolio would fund the transition, taxes, staff protections, and scholarships. Laura and I were beneficiaries of separate personal accounts, equal in value, but neither of us could sell the stores or take the operating funds.
Probe
Richard
launched.
wanted to borrow against assets his wife would never own. Miles began to cry quietly. Several employees covered their mouths. Laura removed her wedding ring with both hands because it seemed stuck. She placed it on the blue folder. I am not standing beside another statement I have not read, she said. Richard stared at the ring. You're leaving me over paperwork? No, I am leaving because you used my trust as paperwork. He walked out through the side door.
Launching code.
I swear, you kids today.
The bank rejected his application. His business partner was from the renovation company. The broker gave a written statement.
Hey, look, I caught another goddamn shiny.
Renovations without authority. Margaret
That puts me at almost 40.
my mother's properties, records, accounts, and employees. The family
Probe away.
held me in tears. I believed the person who sounded certain. So did a lot of people. The customers who heard Richard accuse me received a short correction from the pharmacy. It did not insult me. It stated the facts. Laura filed for legal
Yeah.
separation and hired her own attorney. She learned the personal guarantee was broader than Richard had admitted, but because she came forward early, she had options. She found a small apartment near the pharmacy and began working with a financial counselor. Every paper she signed was now a paper she read. We did not
Launching code.
Trust does not return because the last person leaves. Laura had stayed silent while Richard humiliated me, and I had judged her for not speaking sooner. We talked in careful pieces. One night, she said, I thought keeping him calm kept everyone safe. It only kept him calm. She nodded.
Probe launched.
Margaret later showed us the personal distribution schedule. My mother had divided those accounts equally. No reward for caregiving. No punishment for distance. She had paid me during the years I reduced my work hours, insisting that care should not require a daughter to ruin her own future. She had also created an account Laura could access without a spouse's signature. Mom had seen more than either of us realized. The employee trust took control of the pharmacies the following spring. Miles became chair of the operating
Probe
board. The
launched.
nursing scholarship doubled after 7 months of training. At the closing, Margaret
You have to be a woman to be able to queef.
never open anything.
You fucking moron.
Probe away.
I am not a chick. I am very much a dude. I am incapable of queefing.
Launching code.
You're an idiot.
In the end, the blue folder went into an evidence box. The false loan collapsed, and the keys he displayed on his stage
Probe
went to
launched.
nothing at all. On quiet mornings, I'd stop at the original pharmacy before work. Miles raises the gate. Laura checks scholarship applications at the side desk. The old records cabinet stands unlocked because there is nothing hidden inside it.
Probe launched.
Behind glass, my mother's brass key catches the searchlight through the front window.
You know, I don't mind if you crack jokes at my expense. I just ask two things. A, that the jokes make fucking sense. And B, that they are non-offensive. Accusing me of queefing, which is impossible considering my fucking gender, doesn't make any fucking sense.
Probe away.
I don't know what's wrong with him, but he will not get off our truck. Okay. And he's got... Sir, I'm sending one job. They want you out, sir. So I'm here today to share that I have just learned about an incident that has me deeply concerned. Exactly 2 days ago, I became aware of an incident that occurred on November 30th.
Like, also, Mid, you may or may not be aware of this, but many females do not like the word queef used like that, or really used at all. Most females find that word highly offensive. Like, I know you're trying to make a joke. I get what you're doing. I get why you're doing it. But you gotta start fucking thinking better. Alright? There are a lot of women out there, a lot of females that don't like the word queef. They don't like it being used and do find it very offensive. I don't want to risk running off the females that come into my streams. Alright? I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to make sure that you are aware of certain things that I honestly believe you probably are not aware of. I have known plenty of females who are less than enthusiastic and outright offended with the use of the word queef, especially when used in such a callous and casual fashion. Especially given that that particular action is very much a personal thing with women. Alright? Hence why women have found and continue to find the use of the word very offensive. Just letting you know. And yes, I hear that people get offended by the use of the word moist today. I don't fucking understand that. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Moist is used to describe a lot of things. It's an adjective, I believe is what it's referred to as. I could be mistaken that part. You could also call it a pretty decent descriptor of a variety of things. I don't understand how it would be considered offensive. But I don't use moist very often because I don't have a need to, so what the fuck do I know? I just don't fucking get that one. Like, I understand why queef could be found offensive. I understand that 100%. It actually makes a great deal of fucking sense. It's, something that happens with women in specific situations. It is not entirely their fault, but it's a very personal thing, It deals with a very personal sort of activity. Why the fuck would you have a problem with the word philanthropy? Make that shit make sense. Okay. That's a really dumb reason, but, you know, okay.
I grab your phone. What happened? Monitored Dropbox. Here's what we know about this group. We know that police were called to the ambulance address some type of situation. We also know that police were there to hold this medical stop. And I can tell you that even though this was not a police incident, because we're not getting information from AMR as of yet, although we have issued a letter and we have subpoenaed records, we are asking our professional standards
That,
to start investigation.
that was unusual. All right, I need to get up, go run, use the restroom right quick, go grab me some coffee right quick, and in a motherfucking hurry. I'll be right back. Y'all hang tight.
I have asked AMR to conduct its own in-depth investigation into what happened that night. I want to understand why the two officers were called. I want to understand why they were taken into the stress of the ambulance instead of being taken directly to the hospital. We must get to the bottom of this. We must understand what happened to these bodies.
All right, sorry about that. I am back, and we're about to get into this. About to go pick up one of the final, if not the final, companion you get in the game.
You have to give the Asari credit. Ilium is a cultural marvel. Humanity can learn a lot from their ingenuity.
$25. Sell at $25.
No, you're not. I want to buy it.
something flashier. I want something that says, I own this room. I own you.
Sometimes you say these things, and I don't know. Maybe it's because you're head of the town.
I'm telling you, relax. Dax will never notice a few missing pieces. No, I can't get in. Because it's a crime scene. It's all locked down. Clips marks, some Justicar. Nobody has ever gone to see the extra merchandise, which is why we're going to.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm taking my goods to Omega, Detective.
You're not going anywhere, Merchant. Not until I solve this murder.
I had nothing to do with that. It was those mercenary thugs you can't seem to get rid of.
The victim was your business partner, and I'm not ruling you out. I'll let you know when you can leave.
What about that Justicar that just showed up? Everyone says she might go crazy and start killing. I need to leave.
She'll only kill the unjust, so I'm sure you have nothing to worry about, Pitney 4. Find me in the station if you need me.
Let's get those Pokeballs out in the chat.
What do you want? I've already got mercs wanting to kill me like they did my partner. I don't need any more trouble. As if that weren't enough, some Asari Justicar showed up this morning. All the natives are scared of her. I've got to get off this world.
Has Samara actually done anything yet?
The Asari say that Justicars are lethal in a fight. And if they so much as smell corruption, they start shooting. The thing is, corruption isn't that hard to find around here.
Tell me how to find the Justicar.
She's in the alley where my business partner was murdered. A detective sealed the area, so you'll have to talk with her if you want to go there.
Why do you think it was mercenaries?
Dagny Kerr was cutting through a back alley last night when someone killed him with a shotgun. I saw his body this morning. They'd used modded rounds. That means Eclipse mercs.
You must know something about these Eclipse.
I occasionally do business with them, but only in well-lit places, with my guards, and only after the cred's clear. This is a scummy bunch, even by merc standards. They sell red sand, all kinds of illegal items, and they are all cold-blooded killers.
Why would these mercs kill him? And why do you think they're coming after you too?
I have no idea. We're innocent merchants. But they killed him, so they must be...
I don't know about the rest of chat,
I have to work the angles and get out.
but I don't believe he's an innocent merchant at all.
You don't seem too broken up about your partner's death.
Dagny Kerr knew the risks when he took to spacing. Right now, my worry is me. It's unhealthy to be a Volus in the Nosastra spaceport right now. Especially a Volus named PP4.
I should go.
Cops don't admit it, but the Eclipse sisters run this area.
I wanted to be a Justicar when I was young. Every Asari does, I guess.
Nice guns. Try not to use them in my district. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for an Asari warrior named Samara.
If you've got a score to settle with Samara, take it somewhere else. I've got more than enough trouble here already.
I need to recruit Samara for my mission. Then we'll be on our way.
Justicars usually work alone, but they are drawn to impossible causes.
Best kind.
If you get out of my district, I'll get you to her ASAP. She's at the crime scene.
You're letting her into a sealed crime scene?
I'm a cop. I'll work with the Justicar all I can. Besides, she's been looking at crime scenes longer than our two lifespans combined. She knows how to handle herself.
You're awfully anxious to get Samara out of your district.
My bosses want me to detain her. They're worried she'll cause some kind of cross-species incident. Her Justicar code won't let her be taken into custody. If I try it, she'll have to kill me. I have no interest in dying, so if you lure her away with some big noble cause before I have to carry out my orders, I'm thrilled to help you.
Your superiors are sending you to certain death for no good reason. You have a right to disobey.
Let's remember that next time Shepard sets us up against impossible odds.
Not often enough.
Most of the time, I'm not being stupid about it. I can't say the same for Anaya's superiors.
I'm a cop and I know my duty. I've been ordered to detain her and I will. Unless I can get her to leave my district first.
Samara would kill a cop? That doesn't sound very just.
She would die defending an honest cop, but she'd fight an army of dirty cops to the death. I admire her dedication, but her presence is still a big problem. I need her gone before I have to carry out my orders.
How do I get to the crime scene?
It's around the corner. Go outside, take a left. Look for the police line. I'll send word to let you in. Be careful. The local Eclipse mercs have been all over those back alleys lately.
No, thank you.
You mentioned a crime scene?
You've got a skeeter on your
was murdered. It was a
so-called
hit,
manhood.
So with junkies looking
That's
for
your
the
problem.
I'm thinking the local Eclipse mercenary band. Can't prove it. But if the Volus was dirty too, maybe it's just a deal gone bad.
What do I need to know about these mercenaries?
Eclipse mercs are professional killers. They sell red sand, trade illegal weapons tech, and smuggle criminals off-world. They control some back alleys around here. I haven't been able to find their nest yet, though.
What can you tell me about Justicars?
They're a kind of... humans might call them warrior monks. They live by a complex code that compels them to punish the wicked and protect the pure. They've been a part of Asari culture for millennia. I read adventure stories about Justicars when I was a child.
What do you think of Samara herself?
She's been a Justicar longer than 3 of your lifespans. Whoever she was before she swore that oath, that person is dead.
People seem nervous about Samara's presence.
Asari admire Justicars, but we also know that they kill without mercy when they find corruption. And Justicars never leave Asari space. Why is she here? I doubt it's to investigate the murder of some corrupt Volas.
I have to go.
Good luck.
We'd better find Samara before the detective goes after her.
Anaya told us to let you through. Watch yourself. There's Merc activity back here. We're waiting on backup.
Those were my best troops.
Tell me what I need to know, and I will be gone from here. Where did you send her?
You think I'd betray her? She would hurt me in ways you can't imagine.
The name of the ship. Your life hangs on the answer, Lieutenant.
You can kill me, but one of us will take you down, Justicar.
What was the name of the ship she left on?
Go to hell.
Find peace in the embrace of the goddess. My name is Samara, a servant of the Justicar Code. My quarrel is with these Eclipse Sisters, but I see 3 well-armed people before me. Are we friend or foe?
That merc was wounded and helpless. Do you just kill anyone who won't help you?
If my cause is important enough, yes. Are you different?
I've killed enemies, but always with good reason.
I answer to a code that is clearly defined. If my actions are true to that code, I am just. If they are not, I am unjust. I don't pretend it is a simple matter, or that it seems right to everyone. But I sleep well at night, and that is more than most can say. How may I be of service to you?
I'm going up against suicidal odds, and I need the best. That's you.
I sense the truth in what you say, and it humbles me. But I seek an incredibly dangerous fugitive. I cornered her here, but the Eclipse Sisters smuggled her off-world. I must find the name of the ship she left on before the trail goes cold.
I wish you were willing to go with the human, Justicar. I've been ordered to take you into custody if you won't leave.
You risk a great deal by following your orders, Detective. Fortunately, I will not have to resist. My code obligates me to cooperate with you for 1 day. After that, I must return to my investigation.
I won't be able to release you that soon.
You won't be able to stop me.
The human is lost here. Can one of you...
I was trying to convince her to leave with you, but Justicar is in their code.
The detective has been ordered to detain me. I can't force her to disobey an order.
And after a day, Samara fights her way out of custody, killing anyone in her way?
I am afraid so.
There must be some way we can all get what we need.
I see a way. While I am in custody, you find the name of that ship. Do that, and I will join you. Then the code will be satisfied.
Can you tell me more about Justicars?
We are individuals who have forsworn family, children, and worldly possessions aside from some weapons and armor. We travel Asari space righting wrongs as defined by the ancient code we have each memorized.
Ilium may be dominated by Asari, but it isn't in Asari space.
My quarry fled to this place. I am sworn to hunt her down, and I will follow anywhere she goes. It is rare for a Justicar to leave Asari space, but I must follow my oath. If I suffer for it, I will accept that.
A moment ago, you refused to give up your investigation, but now you'll swear to follow me?
If I stay, I will be compelled to kill many innocents to escape incarceration.
Like me.
I may be killed, and my quarry would be free to continue murdering. If I come with you and survive your mission, I can resume my investigation. To do that, I need the ship's name to track her to her next hiding place. It is a simple choice.
Makes sense. Any chance is better than no chance.
This Justicar code seems quite strict.
It may seem so to you, but this is my oath. The expedient path may be fast and simple. That does not make it the right path.
Do you have any leads?
The Volus merchant Pitney 4 is tied to this. Eclipse marks are preparing to kill him. Get the truth out of him. He may know a way into the Eclipse base.
Well, I've got to get back to my station. And I guess I've got to take you with me.
Pokeball's out.
Thank you, Shepard.
Please don't start trouble. It's a great honor to have
I'd like to avoid.
She says this kind of thing like she's talking about what to eat for dinner.
You're not gonna lock
Any
her up?
attempt to...
Yeah, that.
Find a way into the Eclipse hideout. Wasea, their leader, must have a record of the ship name.
Where is Pitney 4? There he is.
Hello again, Earth Clan. Did you speak to the detective?
Why are the mercs after you?
I know nothing about any mercenaries, Earth Clan. I'm merely an innocent merchant. Oh dear. Please put that away. I'll be cooperative, I swear.
Tell me everything.
I smuggled a chemical onto Ilium that boosts biotic powers in combat. It also is toxic. I may have, forgotten to mention that to the Eclipse. So they are perturbed and want to kill me.
It sounds like you're a swindler and your actions finally caught up with you.
True and true. But I haven't survived as a merchant this long without being able to tell when there's a deal in the making. You want something.
The Eclipse recently smuggled someone off-world. I need the name of the ship she left on.
I don't know about their people smuggling operations. They must keep records in their base. I do have a pass card they issued me to bring my goods in. Well, I had to return that one, but I happened to make a copy. Take it, but be careful. Each Eclipse sister commits a murder to earn her uniform. They are all dangerous. You should be able to get into the Merc base now. It's the elevator back that way. To your right.
They've seen us.
I didn't fire my weapon once. I pretended to because the other Eclipse sisters were watching, but I didn't really shoot.
Whatever. Pretend to keep breathing.
I'm not one of them. I knew. I thought being Elnora the mercenary would be cool, but I didn't know what they were really like.
You chose your side, Elnora, and you lost.
Screw that, bitch!
dumb enough to pull a weapon on me.
We've been spotted.
Feel the blood rage. Hold fire, Shepard. Nothing can hurt me!
Heavy fire! They've seen us.
Weakling!
Drop, bitch.
Time to fight!
Whoa! Oh shit! I did not see her come up.
We've been spotted. We get in there and die. Found that one. We get in their integrity. I got it.
Feel the blood rage. Nothing can hurt me.
Incoming!
I am Krogan!
Yes, he is.
It's official. Little baby Elnora is finally a full-fledged Eclipse merc. I earned my uniform last night when I killed that ridiculous bolus. Up close, exploding rounds. Blew the little bastard's suit wide open. I can't wait to see some real action. Next time I go home, my friends are gonna be so jealous.
Elnora was the killer. See, good that you shot her.
Detective Anaya would be interested in this.
Spotted.
Gunship!
He goes.
Nothing can hurt me. Now you're dead!
Oh, I love that fucking cannon.
shipping manifest. It shows that Pitney 4 sold 2,000 units of Minigen X3 to the Eclipse, along with 600 units of Red Sand.
Not what the Asari wants, but it marks the bolus criminal.
I'm sure Detective Anaya would be interested in this.
We gotta keep moving.
I am a biotic god. I think things, and they happen. Fear me, lesser creatures, for I am biotic made flesh.
I don't know what drugs you're on, but stay back and I won't shoot you.
You will regret your scandalous words. I am a great wind that will sweep all before me like a great wind. A great biotic wind. Yes, the Asari injecting so many drugs into me was terrifying. But then I began to smell my greatness. They may laugh when I fall over, but they don't know what I know in my head. That I know that I am amazingly powerful. Fear me?
Are you part of Pitney 4's trade group?
When I was mortal, I worked for Pitney. Poor soul is probably terrified that I have not returned.
He hasn't reported your disappearance. Probably so his departure won't get delayed.
His kind like money more than clan.
Bah! I will wreak a just revenge upon his people. But first, the leader of these mercenaries is in the next room. I shall toss Wasea about like a ragdoll.
Shepard, having this incapacitated bolus running around our battlefield could compromise us.
I will tear her apart. My biotics are unstoppable.
Wasea will tear you apart. Take a nap. You'll feel better.
Fuck rolls out.
I'm unstoppable. Feasting on her biotic-rich blood will be the last step of my ascension to godhood. An ill wind blows upon Wasea, captain of the Eclipse Sisters. After me!
Ah, fucking idiot.
That's all of them.
Everything's gone to hell since we smuggled that filthy creature off-world. First a Justicar shows up. Now you. At least I could take pleasure in turning your head into a bumpy mass. I see you, Shepard.
I'll put them down. is. Gotta be here somewhere.
Well, that was a lot easier than I expected, to be honest. Expected that fight to be a lot harder.
That must be the ship Samara was looking for.
You want to look around or go back?
Let's give her the name and keep moving.
Something that'll encourage the Justicar to leave, show it to her.
I got the name of the ship. Your fugitive left here 2 days ago on the AML Demeter.
Shepard, you impress me. You fulfilled your part of the bargain, and I will fulfill mine. I am ready to leave immediately, if that will satisfy your superiors, Detective.
You're free to go, Justicar. It has been an honor having you in my station. And it's nice you didn't kill me, too.
The Normandy is docked near the main trading floor. I'll see you aboard.
I must be sworn to your service, so that I am never forced to choose between your orders and the code. By the code, I will serve you, Shepard. Your choices are my choices. Your morals are my morals. Your wishes are my code.
I never thought I'd see a Justicar swearing an oath like that.
If you make me do anything extremely dishonorable, I may need to kill you when I'm released from my oath.
I can see that this is a very important act, Samara. Thank you.
Truly, the life of a Justicar can get lonely. I admit I am looking forward to serving with a company of honorable heroes. Shall we return to your ship?
I need to speak to the detective.
Thanks for getting Samara out of my district. I can tell my granddaughters about meeting a Justicar. And you've just upped my chances of living long enough to have grandkids.
I have proof that Eclipse killed the Volus merchant.
Let's see what you got there. Interesting. But I can't verify it. It would be inadmissible.
I vote for Shepard and any evidence she brings forward.
I accept the judgment of the Justicar. Thanks, Shepard. I wasn't sure about trusting a stranger, and a human at that. But you came through. Never heard of this Onora. Sounds like she was just starting her career. Good thing you cut it short. Okay, enough with all the congratulations. I've still got a spiraling crime rate.
I have proof that Pitney 4 smuggled in red sand and illegal weapons tech.
I'll send in some officers to arrest him and his cohorts. This is a big help, Shepard. I can't do much to thank you, but we do have a small discretionary bounty fund. Take this.
Welcome to the Normandy, Samara. We've studied your profile extensively. With your skills, I think you'll be an excellent addition to our team.
Thank you. From an organization such as yours, that is high praise indeed.
I've seen Samara's biotic powers at work. They're substantial.
We still don't know what we're going to find when we hit the collectors.
I will be prepared for whatever we encounter.
Where shall we put you?
A room that looks out on the great empty void would be most comforting.
Put her in the observation room on deck 3.
Thank you. I must meditate on the day's events. Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal. Shepard.
Do you have any suggestions about using some of the resources we've gathered?
I believe I can use some of them to increase our fuel reserves so we can explore further. Shall I tell you what is required?
Show me what it would take.
Shepard,
Do you have any suggestions about using some of the resources we've gathered?
I have done what I can to increase our exploration capabilities. Anything beyond that is up to you.
What are your impressions of Miranda and Jacob?
Jacob is an earnest young man. Events will either forge him into a great man or utterly destroy him. Miranda is undoubtedly a hard woman. I respect her strength and determination. She carries many burdens and doesn't share them with others, as it should be.
How do you think our mission is going?
Building our forces is a good strategy. However, the time to strike is coming soon.
How are you?
I've spent much of the last 400 years on my own. It is nice to have a colleague to chat with. I may be rusty at it, however. If you were patient, I would love to talk.
How much do you know about our mission?
I know that I've sworn an oath to follow you, and that you seek to destroy the Collectors. That is enough for me.
You don't want to know why the Collectors need to be fought?
When you live by a code that compels you to harsh action, you learn the dangers of curiosity. If I must kill a man because he has done wrong, do I really wish to know that he is a devoted father?
I'd like to hear more about the criminal you were chasing on Nos Astra.
I hope you will understand if I wish to avoid this topic. It is deeply tied to my code and beliefs. You might say it is personal.
Pokeballs out.
I need to know if this will impact the mission.
It will not.
What do you think of Cerberus?
I've heard rumors, but learned long ago to form my own impressions. There is too much room for interpretation in the opinions of others.
Why were you willing to work for Cerberus when you didn't have first-hand knowledge?
I work for you, Shepard. Our methods may be different, but our goals are not.
I should get back to work.
It has been my pleasure, Commander.
Launching probe. Probe away. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe launched.
I'm getting through it. I just finished, I think, all my recruitment missions.
Probe launched.
I'm getting some resource scanning stuff done now.
Launching probe. Launching probe.
I also just bought a digital copy of Andromeda
Launching probe.
today, so that when I get through these first three, I could go back and do a fresh run on stream of Andromeda, because personally, I don't give a fuck what so-called fans say. In my mind, Andromeda was exactly what Mass Effect needed at the time. And I still think it's what Mass Effect needs. I'm looking forward to Mass Effect 5. I've heard a little bit about like what the general overarching story is going to be. Specifically, it's going to be apparently Liara is going around doing something or another for some reason. It's going to be like span the gap type thing between the events of Mass Effect 3 and the events of Mass Effect Andromeda. It's going to involve Liara doing something post-Reaper attack, like post-Reaper War. There's no telling, like, how far after the war with the Reapers the storyline is set. I looked up what information there was just to get a general idea of what we're looking at for the next game. And to be perfectly frank, and I applaud the studio for this, I fucking love that they're doing it this way. They are playing their cards about the game and the story very close to the chest. There is really just not a lot of information out there for Mass Effect 5. All we know is that there will be a brand new protag, which says you're not playing as Shepard anymore. which was something that fans bitched about with Andromeda. Like, oh no, you're not playing as Shepard anymore. No, that's not right. That's not Mass Effect. Shut the fuck up, you whiny pricks. Shit.
Launching probe.
I adore Andromeda. I really think it's a fantastic game. I want more games that follow up on the events of Andromeda.
Probe away.
And I think the vast majority of fans that claim to hate the game are a bunch of fucking morons who don't really hate the game. Their anger is completely performative, in my opinion, based on what I've seen of what's been said about why they hate the game so much. Mind you, it's a personal opinion, and unless you can provide evidence I'm actually fucking wrong about that, it's what I will continue to fucking believe. But all of that said, I expect the fact that we are playing as a brand new protag, and given that that was one of the things they bitched about so fucking much regarding Andromeda, I expect there's going to be a lot of so-called outrage over that when Mass Effect 5 comes out. I expect fans are going to play and they're going to go, oh no, we're not playing as Shepard anymore, and I'm just going to be like, shut the fuck up. It's not like we as fans weren't fucking notified a fair bit ahead of time that this is going to be the goddamn case, you know? I mean, there's not even an official fucking release date yet for ME5. It doesn't even have like an official name yet. It's just right now Mass Effect 5, and it may or may not stay that way for the title of the game. We don't fucking know. It's still in fucking development, for Christ's sake. So I'm guessing we've got at least another year or two, at a bare minimum, before the game itself is released. Given that that's likely the case, that means we were notified well in fucking advance of the release of the game that you are not playing as Shepard, that there is a brand new protagonist and apparently a new antagonist of some kind. But the antagonist most likely will not be the Reapers, considering that at the end of Mass Effect 3, you basically don't have Reapers left in this section of space.
Probe launched.
Especially if you choose the only real canon ending. Like, okay, I looked this up, and I get that now the developers are saying that what they said before is untrue and there's no singular canon ending to the game. Okay, what the fuck ever. But I know when Mass Effect 3 was released and the first set of fans finished playing through that game, we were told that the only canon ending to Mass Effect 3 was the one where you combine organic and mechanical life into a new kind of, I guess you'd call it, a type of cyborg life. We were told that that's basically your canon ending. And it's, if you think about it, given the effects or the events of Mass Effect 1 through 3, that's the only ending that really makes sense, because the Reapers make it pretty clear, even if they don't come right out and say it, that their ultimate goal is to create the ultimate life form.
Probe launched.
It's the reason they do that harvest every like 50,000 years or so. They're hoping that at some point the imperfect organics that develop during that period of time between harvests will develop far enough along in that time period to either create a type of like either biomechanical, cyborg, or android type of life, a mechanical style of life form that the Reapers respect and that perhaps could defeat the Reapers, at which point the Reapers would be like, hey, the ultimate life form has finally been created. It's finally come along. We've been doing this for millions, perhaps billions of fucking years now. We've destroyed countless biological civilizations over countless eons or millennia looking for this life form, and it's finally fucking here. Like, the way the Reapers talk and what you learn about the Reapers as a species
Launching probe.
pretty much says that that's ultimately what they're trying to do. That's what they're looking for. They want the ultimate form of life. Also, the events of Mass Effect Andromeda kind of make it clear that not all the Reapers died in the Reaper War.
Launching probe.
They insinuate pretty strongly that the Reapers were behind Remnant. They've got something to do with that. I'm still not 100% sure what their role with that is. We know that there are some Reapers that are left alive in other areas of unexplored by biological life space. Like, you run across a Reaper in Andromeda and you have to I think you have to destroy it, if I remember correctly, as part of a mission.
Launching probe.
So we know, as of the end of the events of Mass Effect 4, that the Reapers aren't done yet. They're still around.
Probe launched.
There's not nearly as many of them as there used to be, certainly.
Probe launched.
I mean, the Mass Effect, the Reaper War in Mass Effect 3 really fucked up their numbers quite a bit. But I would guesstimate that that was maybe 50% of their overall strength.
Probe away.
So it will be interesting to see what direction ME5 storyline takes.
Probe launched.
I don't think it will be another Reaper War. And I'll freely admit that this could be wrong. But given you're not playing as Shepard, my first assumption about the story that is unconfirmed is that Shepard is dead by that point. if that educated assumption, or at least semi-educated assumption, is accurate, it leads me to two possible conclusions for why Shepard is dead. Either A, the canon ending for Shepard's story is that the character died in the Reaper War as a result of the events of the Reaper War. Or B, the character of Shepard survived those events, but enough time has passed between the end of Mass Effect 3 and the beginning of Mass Effect 5 that Shepard passed away of natural causes or in a fight doing something or another somewhere, like for whatever reason. But my educated guess is that Shepard is not around and not alive for the events of Mass Effect 5. That is my educated assumption. And there could be a whole lot of reasons why Shepard isn't around at that time. Until if and when the devs release more information about the story. Like, all of this is merely assumptions. Based upon video game events. But I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to go with the assumption that Shepard is not in Mass Effect 5 because Shepard is no longer alive for whatever reason. We know Liari Tassoni will be one of the leading figures in Mass Effect 5. We know that Liari, as of the events of Mass Effect 2, becomes the Shadow Broker. That opens up a plethora of interesting avenues for the character of Liara Tassoni to take for the events of Mass Effect 5. We also know that she's an Asari, and as of the end of the Reaper War, she's only like a few hundred years old. By Asari standards, she has barely reached adulthood. So that means that the game could take place anywhere from mere days or weeks after the events of Mass Effect 3 to upwards of 3 to 5 centuries or more after those events. If we go on the assumption that the character of Shepard is dead by the time of the events of Mass Effect 5, then the best guess for the earliest time post-Reaper War would be somewhere between 75 to 150 years after those events. That would give enough time for Shepard to die naturally, either in combat or of like old age and natural causes. My best guess is there's going to be about a 200-year gap between the start of the events of Mass Effect 5 and the end of the events of Mass Effect 3. Whether or not we finally get to play as a race beyond human is in question, but, and Quentin, you can tell me if you would agree with me here. I think one of the biggest changes that the next Mass Effect set of games needs to give us is the ability to play as the protagonist, but not as a human. I want to see the ability to build characters that you play through the game as that are a different race beyond human. We have had 4 Mass Effect games now with the primary protagonist being a human.
Launching probe.
Do you get to have other races on your team? Yes. Do you get to actually play as a race beyond human? No. I would absolutely love having the ability to play as a protagonist that is not human. Let me play a Krogan. Let me play a Asari or a Solarian or, you know, any of the other named races like the Yogg.
I have detected an anomaly.
You know, let me play as something that hasn't been basically fucking done all to hell and back at this point.
Scans have found something. Launching probe.
And frankly, I would love to see, like I said, I would love to see more stories in the Andromeda section of the universe. And finally get a full conclusion to the events out there. That would be very interesting to me. Especially if they somehow manage to crack the terraform technology of the remnants and what do they call it? Reverse engineer it and then modernize it and bring it back to the main universe. That could open up a plethora of very interesting possibilities of things that they could do with future Mass Effect games. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I haven't seen that game in years.
Probe launched.
If that's one of the older ones. I can never keep the titles straight of what version of Smash Brothers came out when. I don't really play Smash Brothers very often. But yeah, regarding what I see as the most likely possibilities for the next Mass Effect game's storyline, that's kind of where I'm sitting at, based on the events of Mass Effects 1 through 3, and then the effects of Mass Effect Andromeda. Do you disagree on any of my educated or at least semi-educated assumptions about what the next game's storyline will entail, how far into the future post-Reaper War it will be, etc.? Quentin? Because I'm interested to hear your perspective on what you think the next story's going to be. How it's going to play. And mind you, again, like I said, there's not a lot of current information released for what the story's going to be for the next Mass Effect game. We don't know shit.
Fog on the planet's surface is interfering with your navigation. The nearby beacon towers may serve as a navigational contingency.
Let's get those Pokeballs in the chat.
I wonder what happened here.
Toxin concentrations exceeding safe levels. Proceeding with caution.
To the left.
Why are you two running off without me? You fucking idiots. There you go.
What were these people doing here?
A fight happened here recently.
Something to help. One down.
This will occupy. Thought I was harmless, did you? Come on.
That was a lot easier than I expected. Pokeballs out. Excuse me.
Launching probe. Launching probe. Probe launched.
staring at the table, at the wood grain, at a small scratch near the edge that
Probe launched.
my only real daughter. Marcus slammed his hand on the table. This is insane. She manipulated Mom into this. Mom wasn't in her right mind. Patricia sent the letter down. Mr. Brennan, as I stated, 2 independent neuropsychological evaluations confirmed testamentary capacity. Additionally, your mother's instructions were established in 2012 prior to any clinical diagnosis. The 2016 and 2019 amendments narrowed the distribution further based on documented financial exploitation. I have the records. Would you like to see them?
We are a premium coffee company that's very passionate about the craft of roasting high-quality coffee, and we were very fortunate to land on Walmart Marketplace.
Walmart Marketplace has allowed fire department coffee to grow 98% year-over-year.
If you're
He sat back down. Patricia picked up the letter again. To Elise, the trust is yours. All of it. Not because I love you.
Probe launched.
But because you hurt. By being present, by being honest, by treating me like a person when I could no longer be one on my own. The others treated me like a bank. You treated me like your mother. Patricia folded the letter and placed it back in the briefcase. The full terms of the trust, she said, addressing the room, are detailed in the documents I'll distribute. In summary, the Eleanor Brennan Family Trust, valued at approximately $8.2 million, is to be distributed in its entirety to Elise Brennan. There are no co-beneficiaries. The trust also includes the family home, which was separately deeded to Elise in 2019. The house too. Kevin's voice cracked. Mom promised me I could. The house was deeded. It's done. Diane stood up. We're contesting this. All of it. Undue influence. Diminished capacity. Patricia, you must know we'll challenge this in court. Patricia closed her briefcase with a click that sounded like a lock turning. You are welcome to pursue legal action, Miss Brennan. Your mother anticipated that, which is why the trust includes a no contest clause.
Probe
Any
away.
beneficiary or potential beneficiary who challenges the validity of the trust in court will be permanently excluded from any and all distributions, including a sole bequest your mother originally reserved for each of you. One bequest, Marcus said. Your mother, despite everything, set aside $25,000 for each of your other
Probe away.
Sentimental, she said. Gesture, but the clause is clear. Contest the trust, and that amount reverts to the primary beneficiary. The room was dead silent for about 10 seconds. It felt longer. Then Marcus turned to me. You knew about this. I looked at him. Really looked at him. For the first time in maybe years, the thinning hair had started going sideways.
Probe away.
The watch he bought with money from Mom's savings account. The tailored jacket he wore to our mother's funeral like it was a business meeting. No, I said. I didn't. And that was the truth. I knew about Patricia. I knew Mom had something separate, but I didn't know the amount. I didn't know about the letter. I didn't know about the no contest clause or the evaluations for the deeded house. Mom had set all of it up herself, with a clarity and precision that none of us, least of all me, had given her credit for. She'd been losing her memory, but she hadn't lost her mind. Not when it mattered. Diane was crying now. Not the grief kind, the angry kind, the kind where your eyes water because your body doesn't know what else to do with rage. 4 years, she said, pointing at me. You spent 4 years playing Lorna, and this was the payoff. I stood up, picked up my coat from the back of my chair. 4 years, I said, and you didn't visit once. I walked out of that conference room and down the hall and through the lobby and into the parking lot, and I didn't look back. I sat in my car again, same as after the funeral, hands on the wheel, but this time was different. This time there was a folder in my bag with documents that gave me a house in the future and a bank account that said $8.2 million, all because my mother, my real mother,
Launching probe.
who existed underneath the disease and the confusion and the forgetting, had been paying attention the whole time. She knew what they were doing. She saw it all, and she didn't stop them, because stopping them would have been a fight, and she was saving her fight for something else. She was saving it for Patricia.
Probe launched.
She was brisk and professional. I paused at the end and said, your mother was one of the sharpest minds I ever had. In 2012, when she set up the trust, she told me exactly what would happen. She said, they'll drain what they can see, and they'll ignore the daughter who stays.
Launching probe.
Those were her exact words. I thanked Patricia. She said there was paperwork to process and that I should come by her office the following week. Marcus called me twice that night. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail that said,
Probe away.
hey, Elise, I think we should talk about this. Maybe work something out. You know, Mom would want us to be a family. And ended threat.
Probe away.
This isn't over. I'm talking to my lawyer. He could talk to whoever he wanted. The no contest clause was airtight. Patricia had confirmed it. Diane sent a group text to her family thread that said, simply,
Launching probe.
Patricia walked me through every line. The investments were healthy, conservatively managed, and generating enough passive income that I could
Probe launched.
I didn't want to. The house was mine, free and clear. No liens, no encumbrances. Mom had even paid the property
Probe
taxes
away.
by the end of the following year. She loved everything. I opened a new bank account, moved the distributions through the proper channels, set up a meeting with the financial advisor Patricia recommended. Not Diane's college roommate's husband, a real one, with credentials and fiduciary
Probe away.
obligations and no connection to anyone in my family. The advisor was a quiet man in his 50s named Graham who looked at the portfolio and said, whoever structured this knew exactly what they were doing. Conservative enough to
Launching
survive 2
probe.
recessions, diversified enough to keep going. Your mother was very smart. Yes, she was. I went back to the house. My house now, I suppose, though it still felt like hers, and stood in the kitchen where I made all that potato soup. The counters were the same. The window over the sinks.
Probe away.
My hailstorm in 2019. The ring was still hanging on the hook by the pantry door. I left it there. Marcus's lawyer sent a letter, formal, threatening, full of phrases like undue influence and fiduciary impropriety and equitable distribution. Patricia responded with a 9-page document that included copies of both neuropsychological evaluations, the video depositions, the full chain of custody for the trust documents, and a reminder about the no contest clause. She ceased
Probe launched.
and all 3 of my siblings. Marcus's lawyer stopped. Diane tried a different approach. She called me and acted like she was worried about me. Are you doing okay, Elise? I know this has been a lot. I just want to make sure you're processing everything. Maybe we could get lunch. I said, the last time you texted the family group chat, you said I should be ashamed. She hung up. Kevin sent one email 3 weeks after the reading. It said, I'm not going to contest anything. I just want you to know I think about Mom and I wish I'd been there more. I know that doesn't fix anything. I didn't respond.
Probe away.
I read it twice. I went to the school where I used to teach. Not to ask my job back.
Probe
Just to
launched.
visit. The principal recognized me in the hallway and said, we missed you. The kids still ask about you. I told her maybe I'd volunteer sometime. She said they'd love that. Standing in that hallway, looking at the bulletin boards covered in construction paper,
Probe launched.
I realized something I hadn't let myself think about for 4 years. I'd given up my entire life for my mother, and I'd do it again. Not because of the money. The money was incidental. A cosmic correction, maybe. But the reason I stayed, the actual, honest reason, was because she was my mother and she needed someone, and I was someone. Marcus, Diane, and Kevin had each decided, in their own way, that Mom's value was measured in what they could extract from her. A bridge loan, a kitchen renovation, a co-signed mortgage. They treated her accounts like a resource and her decline like an opportunity. I treated her like a person, and she noticed. Patricia told me
Probe
once
away.
during one of our meetings that Mom had added a private note to the trust file, not part of the legal documents, just a handwritten page that Patricia kept in a separate envelope. She asked me if I could read it.
Probe away.
I said yes. It was short, just a few lines in that same Catholic school cursive, slightly shaky.
Probe away.
It said, Elise will probably feel guilty about this. She'll think it's too much, that she doesn't deserve it, that she should share it with her
Launching
brother and
probe.
sister to keep the peace. They wanted while I was alive. This is what I want now that I am not. Let it be. I put the note back in the envelope and handed it to Patricia. Easy, I said. She nodded. Your mother also asked me to tell you one more thing when the time was right. What? She said the potato soup recipe is in the blue binder in the kitchen, 3rd shelf, behind the cookbooks. She said you always made it from memory, and she wanted you to know
Probe launched.
every time. The house is quiet now, different kind of quiet from when Mom was here. Back then the quiet was medical, emotional.
Probe away.
Listening for trouble at 3 a.m. Now it's just quiet, the regular kind. I haven't spoken to Marcus or Diane since the reading. Kevin sent a text in a couple of weeks. Nothing heavy, just checking in. I don't always answer, but I don't delete them. The blue binder was exactly where Mom said it would be. 3rd shelf, behind the cookbooks. The potato soup recipe was written on an index card in her handwriting, tucked between a page from
I have detected an anomaly.
squares. In the margin, in pencil, she'd written, Elise's version is better.
Detectives report all units report to ready stations for possible anti-invasion protocol. Repeat,
Launching probe.
unidentified ship.
I have found something.
After I quit my job, I bought my dream beach house to heal. On the first night, my mother called, "We're moving in tomorrow." Your dad said it's fine. I just froze. She even added, "If you don't like it, you can find somewhere else." My hands shook, but I smiled. I prepared a surprise for them. The call came while I was standing in the hallway with a screwdriver in my hand, trying to assemble a cheap bookshelf. I had been in the cottage less than 6 hours. Half my boxes were still
Engaging hostiles! I'll tear you apart!
Go for the optic. Go for the optic.
This'll put him down! Who's next?
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal. I am glad you came. I must ask for your help. That is not easy for me.
It's all right.
Just tell me what you need.
When we met on Ilium, I told you about a very dangerous person I was pursuing. Using the information you obtained, I have located her. She's been going by the name Morinth. I would like to apprehend her before she disappears again.
It is brass, bright, and plain. Only 3 copies exist. One in my purse, one in the kitchen drawer, and one in a small locked box for emergencies. None of them belong to my mother. On the anniversary of that first night, I made...
Didn't you say you'd pick up her trail after our mission?
I know where she is, right now. In a month, she may be gone. This is the best opportunity I've ever had.
Where is she?
Omega, a nightclub called Afterlife, which seems a perfect place for her to hunt.
How important is this?
Killing her has been my focus for 400 years. It is the most important thing in my life, and the reason I became a Justicar.
Tell me about her.
She is an Ardat Yakshi. It is a term from the dead Asari dialect. It means demon of the night winds, but that is mythology. She is simply a very dangerous woman who kills without mercy.
So is an Ardat Yakshi a special kind of murderer?
Morinth suffers a rare genetic disorder. When she mates with you, there is no gentle melding of nervous systems. She overpowers yours, burns it out, hemorrhages your brain. You end up a mindless shell, and soon after, you are dead.
Why isn't this ever mentioned in Asari literature or art?
When we were primitive, there was much fascination with Ardat Yakshi. Some cultures worship them as gods of destruction. Now the Asari have a place in the galaxy, and they don't wish this defect to be widely known. As far as I know, only 3 exist today. 2 chose a life of seclusion. The 3rd ran.
Morinth.
She ran, and I am sworn to kill her.
I don't know that I blame her for running.
When she fled, she proved her addiction. She was not taking a great moral stand. She simply wants to keep killing. She is a tragic figure, but not a sympathetic one.
Social security numbers are private. I mean, you can get her name and...
Can't she abstain?
Each encounter gives her strength. The effect is narcotic. The more she does it, the more she needs to do it. She will never stop. She can't.
So you hunt down these Asari just because they're born with a genetic condition?
With maturity. When one is diagnosed, she is offered the chance to live in seclusion and comfort. If she refuses, it shows her addiction to the ecstasy she gets from killing her mates. There is no redemption for such a person.
They have to choose between prison and death.
It is an addictive condition. Remember how adaptive we are. If Morinth does not want to be killed, she won't be.
This is definitely worthy of your full attention.
She confuses her victims, twists their feelings. They will do anything for her favor.
We need to stop her.
Thank you, Commander. There are no words to express what this means to me. There is one thing more. This creature, this monster. She is my daughter.
You said this is genetic. How many children do you have?
3. And 3 Ardat Yakshi are in existence today. It is as it sounds. Morinth was always the wild one. She was happy and free, but selfish.
I cannot imagine what this is like for you.
I do not want pity, Shepard. I do not accept it. My daughter's condition is my fault, and my redemption lies in killing her. Do not pity me. Simply understand my situation.
How did all this happen?
I spent my youth on the moon, adventuring. I killed people, mated with them, or just danced the night away. I learned so much, experienced so much. And then my matron days came. I could finally sit back, bask, and enjoy my family. But in one moment, it was all taken away. Sounds terrible. I sat in a med lab while a nearsighted doctor droned at me, and I learned that nothing was as I thought it would be. I gave up all that I possessed. I own nothing, claim nothing. All my knowledge will die with me. Now my purpose is to destroy my own children.
Those moments change you.
And I've hundreds of years left to live with that. I say too much. Forgive me. Help me find my long-lost daughter. And kill her.
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
We'll go find more.
Alright, now I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Whew. Okay, I feel better.
Mr. Alvarez brought doorbell footage of boxes leaving my house, and Lily came only because she asked Mara if she could sit in the back with Mrs. Holt and hold the yellow ribbon key. I did not want her there, but Mara said she has been told a story about herself for days. Sometimes a child needs to see which adults stop lying. People turned as I came in with my walker. Some looked ashamed, some looked curious, some looked excited in the way people look when pain becomes entertainment. My mother stood near the front with a tissue in one hand and my grandmother's recipe box on the table beside her. Grace, she said, loud enough for everyone. I'm glad you came. Maybe now we can start healing. I sat in the front row. Mara sat beside me. My mother began with prayer. Then she talked about fear, family, stress, and how grief can make women possessive. She did not call me unstable directly. She let people arrive there themselves. Then she lifted the recipe box. My mother's recipes, she said, touching the lid. This house, this family, this history. It was never meant to belong to one person who shuts everyone out. My mouth went dry. That was her mistake. The recipe box also held dates on the backs of cards and 3 red warnings about my allergy. My grandmother treated safety like love written in ink. My mother had not checked the backs. Mara stood before I did. Elena, before this continues, are you presenting that box as part of the family history related to Lily's care? My mother blinked. Of course. And you removed it from Grace's home while she was medically unable to confirm. A hush moved through the room. My mother's smile thinned. I preserved it. Mara nodded. Then we should preserve the full record. I took out the first red marked card with shaking fingers. Each cake, no almond glaze for Grace, written by my grandmother. I laid it on the table. Catherine placed the dessert card beside it. The caterer placed the prep sheet beside that. Mrs. Holt's husband connected his laptop to the projector. My mother said, "What is this?" I said, "The part where you stop translating love into control." The raw video played without music or speeches. Ryan picked up my purse. My mother took the allergy pill. Lily tugged at her sleeve. The room heard my mother's recorded voice, thin but clear. "Not today, honey. Today she needs to learn people can help." The video continued. My mother spoke to the caterer. The audio was not perfect, but the words were clear enough. She makes a scene over launched. Just use the regular glaze. I will handle Grace. Someone gasped. My mother stepped forward. That is taken out of context. The caterer said, "No, ma'am. That is why I kept the sheet." Then Mr. Alvarez showed the doorbell footage. Boxes leaving my house. The recipe box under my mother's arm. Ryan carrying Lily's backpack. Last came the envelope from Lily's bag. The glossy drawing of my home filled the screen. Lily House. Director, Elena Mercer. Projected annual salary. Donation fund transition plan. My mother did not cry then. That was how I knew the performance had run out. You would deny children a healing center because you need to own a house, she said. I stood with both hands on the walker. No, I said. I would deny you a stage built out of a child's grief in my grandmother's kitchen. Real exposure does not sound like clapping at first. It sounds like chairs shifting, throat clearing, and people realizing they helped carry a lie. The church board froze the donation fund. The pastor removed Elena from family ministry duties. The principal promised school logs for court. Mara said every document would go into Lily's safety file. My mother looked at Ryan. For once, he did not move toward her. Lily walked down the aisle with the yellow ribbon key in her hand. She stopped beside the recipe box and touched the lid. "Can we take Grandma's box home?" she asked. I said yes. My mother said, "Lily sleeper." Lily stepped forward. That was the sound of Elena losing the only audience she truly cared about. The guardianship review happened 2 days later. Emergency custody was denied after Mara submitted the video, order sheet, school notes, Ryan's statement, doorbell footage, and nonprofit proposal. The judge ordered no unsupervised contact while the investigation continued. My mother tried one last soft sentence. "I only wanted to keep my family together." The judge said, "Then you should not have taken it apart for an audience." The launch did not explode. It drained. People deleted their posts. Some apologized. Some avoided me because apology meant admitting they enjoyed the first version more. The church returned the donation. The nonprofit removed my mother from the proposal. The caterer changed his allergy policy. Mrs. Holt kept Lily close at recess because children repeat what adults leak. Ryan wrote a statement and then kept calling. I answered once. He said, "I'm sorry." I said, "I believe you were sorry it went this far." He said, "Can I see Lily?" "Not yet. She's my niece too. She is not a door you get to knock on whenever guilt makes you lonely." After that, my revenge became very simple. I cut access. I changed locks. I removed my mother and Ryan from school forms. I closed the donation page through the board. I sent proof to the right people and let it travel farther than my anger could. And slowly the house became ours again. The first night Lily came home, she stood in the kitchen doorway with her backpack on and stared at the shelf where the recipe box belonged. I placed it on the shelf. She untied the yellow ribbon from her key and tied it around the box handle so it remembers where it belongs, she said. I had no clean answer to that. I just kissed the top of her head. Weeks later, when my hands were steady enough, we made the peach cake from the red marked card. No almond glaze. Lily read the instructions while I mixed slowly and sat down when my legs got tired. The house smelled like peaches, butter, and something returning. On the back of the card, under my grandmother's old warning, I added one line in my own handwriting. The key came home, then I slid the card back into the box, closed the lid, and locked the front door before Lily and I sat at the kitchen table with the doors closed and the quiet of the house again. Broke away.
Watch as these cops just walked straight into this woman's house. They had no warrant, but they still stepped right into her home and refused to leave like they owned the place.
Do you have a warrant for him?
What's up, Fotis?
Probe away.
I saw him last week. You're telling me who I saw last week. Well, then, if you said I saw him last week, then I don't know what to tell you, but I know that this door wasn't open and not you open.
Folks always lock your doors. Watch as these cops just walk straight into this woman's house. They had no warrant, but they still stepped right into her home and refused to leave like they
Probe launched.
You have a warrant for him.
Nah, it's a day.
Well, any warrant that I've been in, they present to me the paperwork. There's nobody here.
What kind of day when you say that?
I don't need to listen. I asked you guys to leave my house. I'm looking at the wall. You can't see the wall. So, like, what? You're in my hallway asking me for somebody that you put your foot on the bottom, then you put your foot on the second, then you put it on the top, then you go over here like this. See? And then you stand up and do your move. Does that make sense? Yes. Then you would have left it. Did you learn from the learning tree? Yes, we did. You put your foot on the bottom, then you put your foot on the second, then... Can I go pick you?
Venomous sharks have been found in the Thames River.
Before I'm at 80, my brother dragged me to meet his fiance's multi-millionaire father at the wedding, smirking. This is our family failure. My parents added, we don't brag about her. The man looked at me, froze, then said quietly, so it's you. This is unexpected. Owen's hand was still around my wrist when Malcolm Reed said it. Not tight enough to look cruel, just tight enough to remind me I was standing there because my brother had decided I should be. My mother smiled like Owen had made a harmless joke. My father looked down at his shoes. The bride,
Probe launched.
confused because she had only known my family for 9 months and had not yet learned that I was the chair they pulled out whenever Owen needed to look taller. I pulled my wrist free. That small
Let's put Pokeballs in the chat.
6 weeks before the wedding, I was in the laundry basement of Maple Row apartment, resetting a breaker with a flashlight under my chin when my mother called.
Probe away.
Your brother needs you at the wedding, she said, and please for once do not make things tense. Maple Row was where I worked. I managed 3 old apartment buildings for Mrs. Patel, handling rent ledgers, broken locks, plumbing emergencies, city notices, and scared tenants who knocked on my office door when letters came with words they did not understand. Owen called it collecting rent. My mother called it my little job. Owen had always been the shining one. Good suits, easy smile, big plans. He had no patience for repairs, records, or people who could not help his image. But he was marrying into greed money, and suddenly my presence mattered. Malcolm values family unity, my mother said. He is very traditional, so Owen wants the whole family there. He wants one nice day. That meant I was supposed to show up, sit quietly, and let everyone pretend we were closer than we were. 2 days later, a green envelope appeared under my office door. Inside was the wedding seating chart. My name was not at a family table. It was at the vendor's table, beside the band manager and the photographer's assistant. Handwriting were 4 words, less awkward this way. I folded the paper and put it in my desk drawer beside the brass key to the east laundry basement. That key had opened the building during floods, power outages. One freezing night, when a young mother named Tasha got locked out with her baby inside. It was scratched, dull, and more useful than anything Owen had ever called impressive. That night, Owen called. You got voice notes, so it was not
Probe
Do
launched.
not be sensitive. You like being near exit. Why do you really need me there? His voice softened, which always meant a sharp
Launching
warning was
probe.
coming. Because Malcolm notices everything. If my sister skips my wedding, it looks bad. Just come, smile, and do not talk too much about your buildings. My buildings? You know what I mean. Your little world. I looked at the brass key in my drawer. I will be there. And Claire, try not to correct people. Have a tone. The first
Probe
word
launched.
came the next week, when Mrs. Patel walked into my office with a city letter and 2 coffees. The letter said Maple Row had been added to a redevelopment corridor study. It mentioned possible acquisition interest from a private development group. The card stapled behind it read, Reed Harbor Properties. Malcolm Reed property. Mrs. Patel
Probe
lowered
away.
her voice. Did your brother know this building was vulnerable? Owen had asked me 3 months earlier for a tenant hardship summary. He said a friend at the city wanted to understand affordable housing pressure. I sent him a general overview, clearly marked not for business use. I included no private tenant names, but I described
Probe
all plumbing,
launched.
fixed income renters, repair grants, and why a tax hike could push people out. I thought he was pretending to care. Mrs. Patel said a man in a suit had visited while I was
Probe away.
off site. Too much smile. He knew the basement side door sticks. Only people who had been with me during the storm knew that door stuck. That evening, I went to my parents' house because Dad said their porch breaker kept tripping. Owen was already at the kitchen table with my mother, both leaning over a page folded. When I
Launching
walked in,
probe.
Mom closed it too fast. A page slipped out with the title Maple Row Redevelopment Prospectus. I looked at Owen. What is that? Business, he said. My workplace is business now? Mrs. Patel owns it, not you. And the tenants live there. Tenants move, buildings improve, adults understand that. My mother put one hand over the floor. Your brother is
Probe
finally
launched.
being taken seriously by serious people. We are not letting your
Probe launched.
Owen says Malcolm may bring him into the company and maybe row his way in. I do not know about
Away.
these things. That was Dad. He knew just enough to ask me to be quiet. The second crack came from a city clerk named Maribel, who owed me a favor after I helped her aunt get heat restored. She could not give me private files, but she told me what was public. Reed Harbor submitted a community impact packet, she said. It includes local support letters. From whom? A pause. One is from you. I requested a copy. When it arrived, I read the letter 3 times. It said I supported Reed Harbor's vision for Maple Row. It said tenants would benefit from transition opportunities. It said I had personally discussed the plan with residents. My name sat at the bottom. The signature was fake. Not even good fake. The C was too round. The slant was wrong. The little break in my last name was missing. I printed the letter and placed it beside the seating chart. Then I laid the brass key across both pages like a weight. To lie with my name on it had been sent to the city. And Owen had placed me at the vendor's table so I would look too unimportant to question it. Was I wrong to feel sick right there, staring at my own name used against people who trusted me? If you have ever had family, treat your silence like permission. Please like this so I know I am not the only woman who has had to learn that peace and being used are not the same thing. And if you think I should have spoken sooner, I understand, because I asked myself that all night. The next morning, Sienna called me. Claire, she said carefully, did you write a support letter for Owen's proposal? No, she went quiet. He told my father you were difficult at first, but you came around once you understood the relocation plan. There is no relocation plan. I heard her breath catch. He showed Dad a photo of you in a basement with tenants during a storm. He said it proved you were helping residents accept the transition. That photo had been taken by a tenant with 2 kids after a power outage. I had opened the laundry basement and brought everyone inside because the emergency lights worked. Tasha posted it in the tenant group with the caption, Miss Claire kept us safe. Owen had used that picture too. Can you send me what you saw? I asked. An hour later, Sienna sent a polished summary of Reed Harbor branding. Owen was listed as community acquisition liaison. My forged letter was attached. My storm photo was on page 2. Under it, a caption said, Resident Services Coordinator Claire Bennett supporting community transition. I sat at my desk until the copier beside me clicked awake and scared me. Then Tasha came in holding a glossy pre-notice from Reed Harbor. It invited tenants to an informational transition meeting the Monday after the wedding. It says you support it, she said. Her little daughter stood beside her holding a toy truck. I do not, I said. Tasha studied my face. I believe you. Those 3 words hurt more than Owen's insults because trust is heavier when someone hands it back after seeing your name on a lie. After that, I built a record. I saved Sienna's summary. I saved the public packet. I saved my old email to Owen saying, general context only, do not use for business proposals. Mrs. Patel gave me written permission to speak with her attorney. Tasha sent the original storm photo with the timestamp. Then the hard proof appeared from the ugliest old copier in Greenville. The machine jammed on a Thursday. While clearing the queue, I saw a saved file name, Bennett Support Letter Final. It had been printed from a guest device on the day Owen visited Mrs. Patel's office. Device name, Owen Bennett. Timestamp 9 minutes before Mrs. Patel remembered him asking to use the restroom near my office. I stood there with toner on my fingers, listening to the copier hum. The machine had done what my family never did. It kept an honest record. 2 days before the wedding, Malcolm Reed's assistant called. Ms. Bennett, Mr. Reed would appreciate clarification regarding a support letter attached to a pending proposal. Does Owen know you are calling me? No, good, I said. Ask. The call lasted less than 15 minutes. Did I write the letter? No. Did I authorize my name? No. Were tenants consulted? Not by me. Did Reed Harbor have permission to use the storm photo? Not from me. Do you have documentation? The assistant asked. Yes. I sent everything except the copier log. That page stayed in my gray folder beside the seating chart and the forged letter. Not because I wanted drama. Because Owen would explain away feelings, tone, and memory. He could not charm a print log. The rehearsal dinner was in my parents' church hall. My name card was beside the kitchen door, next to extra napkins. Owen crossed the room when he saw me and kissed the air near my cheek because Sienna's aunt was watching. Good, he whispered. You came. You sound worried. I know how you get when you feel overlooked. Then he said the line I would remember longer than the flowers, the music, or the ring. Some people are just easier to love from a distance, Claire. You should be grateful we still use chair. I looked at the chair by the kitchen door. You should be careful which chairs you find. His smile twitched. For the first time, he looked unsure. My mother gave a toast about Owen's vision and his love for community. Sienna did not drink from her glass. Patricia Reed, Sienna's mother, watched me from across the room with the tired eyes of a woman who had read something she wished she had not. After dinner, Patricia stopped beside me near the coat rack. My husband says people at Maple Row trust you. I try to earn it. Trust is expensive, she said. People should be careful who they borrow it from. Then she walked away. That was when I knew Malcolm had seen the documents. The wedding was held at the Reed Garden House, a glass-walled venue behind one of Malcolm's hotels. I wore a plain navy dress and carried the gray folder in my purse. My mother would have preferred beige. Owen would have preferred invisible. I chose clean and dark. The ceremony was beautiful in the way expensive things can be beautiful even when something rotten is standing at the altar. Sienna looked nervous, not happy. Owen looked polished. My parents sat in the second row glowing with borrowed importance. I sat near the back, behind a column wrapped in greenery. After the vows, during cocktail hour, Owen found me by the hallway. Malcolm wants to meet you, he said. His smile was too tight. He took my wrist and led me through the guests. I led him for 3 steps. Sometimes a room needs to see the hand before it sees you pull away. Malcolm stood near a tall name assistant from the phone. Owen brightened like a lamp plugged into money. Malcolm, he said. This is Claire. Then he smirked. This is our family failure. A few people laughed because they thought they were supposed to. My mother added, we don't brag about her. Malcolm looked at me and went still. So it's you. This is unexpected. Owen chuckled. You two know each other? Malcolm ignored him. You are the Maple Row coordinator. I am the woman in the storm photo. Yes. The person whose letter supported Owen's proposal. I did not write that letter. Owen laughed quickly. Claire gets emotional. She forgets what she agrees to when tenants are involved. I opened my purse. My mother hissed, Claire, not here. I looked at her. Where would you prefer I defend my name? The vendor's table landed harder than I expected. Her face pinched, but she said nothing. I handed Malcolm the first page. My email to Owen saying the information I gave him was general context only and not for business proposals. The second page. The forged letter. The third. The original storm photo timestamp and no release for business use. Owen's face reddened. This is a family misunderstanding. I pulled out the final page. The copier print log from Maple Row. Bennett support letter final. Printed from Owen Bennett Mack on the day he visited Mrs. Patel's office. Malcolm read it. Patricia closed her eyes. Sienna came closer. Her wedding dress brushing the floor like a sound nobody wanted to hear. Owen said, that proves nothing. She said she would approve it. No, I said, one word. Small, clean final. My father stepped forward. Owen, did you sign her name? Owen turned on him. Do not act shocked now. You wanted this too. You wanted me secure. Mom wanted something to be proud of. Malcolm was not going to trust the proposal if my own sister worked against it. Sienna whispered, so you used her. I cleaned it up. Owen said, that is all. Families are supposed to look united. Malcolm's voice stayed low. Reed Harbor is withdrawing the Maple Row proposal pending legal review. Owen went pale. And you will not be joining the company. Malcolm, this is my wedding. It is also a room full of witnesses. My mother reached toward Malcolm. Please, you made a mistake. Claire can say she misunderstood. I laughed once. I came out tired. You still think my job is to make his lie easier to carry. Sienna removed her engagement ring, the one my mother had stared at all afternoon, and set it beside Malcolm's untouched champagne. Owen, she said, leave before I stop trying to be kind. He reached for her, but Patricia stepped between them, elegant, quiet. Owen stopped like he had met a glass wall. No one dragged him out. Malcolm only nodded to a man in a dark suit, and Owen was guided toward the side exit. My father took 2 steps, then my mother stayed frozen, looking at the ring. The fallout came fast. By Monday, Reed Harbor withdrew the proposal from City Review. Mrs. Patel received a formal apology and a repair grant offer with no acquisition attached. The city marked the support letter as disputed and referred the forged signature for review. The tenant transition meeting was canceled before anyone had to sit in a folding chair and be politely frightened. Sienna left with her parents that night. A week later, Owen forwarded my father an attorney's letter by mistake. It used the phrase misrepresentation before marriage. My mother called it a separation, as if softer words could protect him from harder facts. Owen texted me for days. You ruined me. You could have warned me. Family should not keep receipts. Emails made me smile. People who borrow your trust always hate records. I did not answer. Instead, I changed every Maple Row access code Owen might have seen. I helped Tasha write a note to residents explaining that I had never supported a plan to move them. I filed a corrected statement with Maribel at City Hall. Then I drove to my parents' house with the brass key in my pocket. My mother opened the door in the same lavender jacket from the wedding, wrinkled now. My father sat in the living room with the television off. Your brother lost everything, she said. No, he lost what he tried to get by using my name. He is your brother. I was his sister when he forged my signature. I was his sister when you put me by the kitchen door. I was his sister when you laughed. My father covered his face. My mother whispered, we did not know about the signature. You knew enough to be on their coffee table. This opens the laundry basement at Maple Row. During storms, people go there because they trust me to open the safe place. Owen used that trust as a sales tool. You helped him because you thought I was too small to matter. My father touched the edge of the key, then pulled his hand back. I am sorry, he said. It was rough and late, but it was real enough to stand in the room. My mother did not say it. Maybe apology would have required moving too much inside her own story. I stood. From now on, I am not available for family image repair. I am not showing up to be insulted. I am not lending my name, my silence, or my work to make Owen look better. If you want a relationship with me, it starts with respect. So you are punishing us, my mother said. No, I am returning responsibility to the people who made the choices. I left the key on the table because I did not need to carry proof of who I was in that house anymore. A month later, Maple Row held a tenants meeting in the courtyard. No panic, no glossy notices, just folding chairs, lemonade, Mrs. Patel, a housing advocate, and me with a clipboard. Maple Row was removed from the immediate redevelopment list. Mrs. Patel signed an affordability pledge in exchange for repair grants. Tasha's daughter drew trucks on the sidewalk while adults talked about leases, locks, and things that were finally written plainly. Sienna called once. She apologized for believing Owen's version longer than she should have. I accepted. We did not become friends. Some people only enter your life to witness one truth, and that is enough. My father started calling every other Saturday. At first, he asked careful questions, then better ones. How many families lived at Maple Row? Did the East Laundry door still stick? Did Tasha's little girl still draw trucks? He was learning the size of the world he had once called little. My mother did not apologize, but my aunt told me that at Easter, when someone asked what I did, Mom said, Claire manages housing. She is very good at it. Very good was not love, but it was the first sentence she had ever spoken about me that did not make me smaller. The
Alright, time to make some credits so I can go mine more worlds for resources.
Warning from state police and the FBI after a group of men posing as ICE agents, they say, pulled over a driver class was captured detained.
How do we know they were fake? I mean, just based on the description alone. Investigators say the men were driving a blue or gray SUV with no license.
Traffic interflew Sun's communications. Stay tight and look out for ambushes.
Green shirts, face coverings, and tactical vests labeled police. And one of them had a rifle.
I don't know. Sure sounds like real ICE to me. And hey, it sounds like the behaviors are
I just should have landed near your location.
This is the problem when all ICE
Here we go.
looks
Keep
like
close.
fake ICE. And quite frankly, if you expect people to just trust and believe that someone has authority when they show up in unmarked vehicles, refusing to show any sort of badge or credentials or identify themselves, and just assume that
Let's get those Pokeballs out.
authorities of any type, and we all get to assume in cases like these that these guys were authorities too. You don't get to pick and choose when the unidentified masked men count as your guys or not. As far as I'm concerned, this and every other example of fake ICE should 100% be treated as actions perpetrated by this administration and its department. Mind you, we have seen time and time again the problems and risks that come with having unidentified officers roaming the streets. Araujo, one of the more recent victims, was evading unmarked, unidentified vehicles. What else should he have assumed? Like, the irony of the state police and the FBI
Shot in
warning
the back and left to
about
rot.
fake ICE roaming the streets.
Definitely we don't stop.
Expect
Let's
people
push ahead.
to do. You cannot have it both ways. Until you take responsibility and enforce identification for your guys, they're all your guys. And all of them can be assumed fake. And real quick, I just have one thing to say to all of the just comply people out there. It doesn't matter how much of a citizen or how closely you follow the law or how unlikely you believe it to be that you might be targeted by ICE. Just comply makes you just as, if not
Report to base. Armed intruders incoming at the southern checkpoint.
especially while these guys are
Anyone else want some?
Your body is dust.
That only is gone.
What is BS19 News acquired the body camera footage of a shooting that occurred 2 years prior involving Sergeant Shane Iverson of the Rusk County Sheriff's
Reinforcements incoming. We got your backs.
man named Timothy Randall. This video
Heavy weapons. Get down.
Sergeant Iverson, the Rusk County Sheriff's Office. The reason I pulled you over is you blew that stop sign
I get the feeling you have a past with this, Vito.
I knew he was a sadistic bastard back when we started the Blue Suns. The Suns only got meaner after he finished his coup 20 years ago. So yeah, we have a past.
Why didn't anyone tell me you founded the Blue Suns?
Because it's not common knowledge. Vito wiped me out of the records. He ran the books, I led the men. Worked real well for a while. Then Vito decided to start hiring Batarians. Cheaper labor, he said. Gotta have terrorists, I said.
20 years is a long time to hold a grudge.
A grudge? Vito turned my men against me. He paid 6 of them to restrain me while he put a gun to my head and pulled the trigger. For 20 years, I've seen that bastard every time I closed my eyes. Every time I sighted down on a target. Every time I heard a gunshot. Don't you call that a goddamn grudge?
You survived a gunshot to the head?
Yeah. And you survived your ship getting disintegrated. A stubborn enough person can survive just about anything. Rage is a hell of an anesthetic.
We better get moving.
Alright, hang on, folks.
You're at the southern axis. All squads mass at the gatehouse. Now!
Over here. Bring it on, you son of a bitch!
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll be right down and I'll help you carry it up. Alright, hang on. Alright, guys, I need you to hang on for about 20 minutes or so. I've got to put away groceries and shit, so give me a few. Alright, sorry about that. Sorry it took so damn long. I ordered a new bed and air mattress. I had to get that put together and set up. And then I had groceries that needed put away.
Zaid Masani, you finally tracked me down. Vito. Don't be stupid, Zaid. I have a whole company of bloodthirsty bastards behind me, ready to kill or be killed on my command. Actually, take your shot. Give my men a reason to put you down like the mad dog you are. Again. What was that? Gone nearsighted, old friend.
Burn, you son of a bitch.
You just signed your death warrant, Masani.
What the hell are you doing?
Opening the gate.
We're here to free these people. Why the hell would you blow up the refinery?
I came here to kill Vito Santiago. You want my help on your mission? You better make damn sure that man dies today.
Stick to the mission, Zaid, or we're gonna have a problem.
I think maybe we already do. I want Vito dead, Shepard. Whatever the cost.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
Vito's probably halfway to the shuttle docks by now.
You willing to watch these people die?
Damn right I am. We stop to help these people and Vito gets away. And if he gets away, I'm blaming you.
We're here to free these people. We're going in.
I knew this was a mistake. If we're gonna do this, we'd better get to it.
She placed it on the table beside the microphone, and Carol's hand shot out. That box is committee property. Melissa held up the sign-up sheet, and I signed it out. I walked forward with my black folder. My mother whispered, "Teresa, please." That was the first please she'd given me since the tour was away. I did not start with the money. I started with the lie. I held up the flyer with my senior picture. My name is Teresa Davis. I did not pass away. I did not fail out. I did not lose my college dream. I graduated from MIT, and I work in medical engineering. A low sound moved through the hall. Yet Carol said, "This is grandstanding. I placed my diploma copy on the table."
Take it.
We drove to a motel by the highway because she did not want to sleep in the house. Her mom cried in the kitchen and reading the nursing school welcome packet under the yellow lamp. After a long time, she said, "Were you scared when you left?" I said, "So scared I counted every street light until the bus station." She nodded. I thought brave meant you were not scared. No, I said. Brave means you back anyway. The fallout came in practical pieces. The parish froze the Davis Fund for review. Melissa became interim treasurer. Donors were offered refunds or the option to return their gifts into the new education fund with outside oversight. And Carol stopped attending church for a month, then came back and sat in the last pew with her mouth tight. Grandma Margaret told people
We can use this.
an old woman. Some agreed with her. Most did not say it to my face. My mother sent one email. The subject line was your sister. The body said, "Lily thinks she is better than us now. Lily thinks she has truth now." Mom did not reply. Lily moved to Harrisburg in January. My father drove the first carload. I paid her a laptop and a lockbox she could keep under her driveway. She called me after her first anatomy lab and said she almost cried over a plastic bottle of a heart because nobody in the room knew what it had cost her to stand there. I told her I knew. 3 months later, an envelope arrived from Mom. Inside was no
Oh, no, there.
There was a applesauce cake in her handwriting and folded by radiology technician program, partial aid, start date circle. Across the top, Grandma Margaret had written in red ink, "Selfish nonsense." The letter. My mother had been she even had something dramatic to take back together. No ripped paper, no midnight repair, just a dream flattened neatly and kept behind cake instructions for over 30 years. On the recipe card, Mom had written one line at the bottom. I did not know how to want it after she told me not to. I sat with that sentence for a long time. Understanding came easier than forgiveness. I could understand her fear. I could understand why my leaving felt like an accusation. I could understand how a woman taught to call surrender love might panic when her daughter started naming it something else. But understanding was not a key I owed her. My boundaries stayed simple. I would help with school. I would answer honest messages. I would not return for guilt dinners, emergency performances, or any conversation where my life was treated like a family injury. The last time I saw the blue cash box, it was on the shelf.
Bring me Masani's head. Get something special in their paycheck.
Lily's spare keys, her student badge, and a golden receipt for her
You still don't have a chance.
Lily had written one sentence on a white label across the front. For leaving when leaving is the lesson. My frame Sometimes I answer. Sometimes I just look at them and wait until my anger has somewhere clean to go. Grandma didn't come. Lily's name was she said. She did. Mom stared at the glass doors.
Never should have come here, Saeed. Did you forget who you were dealing with?
Look right. Adjust your aim. That's you. Lieutenant coming loose. Shoot it! Bring it down on top of us.
I should have paid attention to how personally he took a lock that had never been aimed at him. Tinsley came into our kitchen 3 weeks later with blueberry muffins and expensive booze. Griffin called her someone from work.
You just cost me 20 years of my life.
Really taken care of you. She knew where the mugs were. He said, soft enough to sound patient.
Zaid,
you alright?
The hell you care. I'm fine. Now come on, get me out of this shithole.
You put your revenge ahead of the mission. How can I trust that you'll be there when we need you?
I'll do what I was gonna pay to do, Shepard. Just don't expect any more than that. Now stop screwing around. Let's go.
You put your own goals ahead of the mission. That is not the way this works.
I've survived this long watching my own back. No time to worry about anyone else.
You're part of a team now, Zaid. There's no way we can do this unless we're all working together.
You have a point. I'm not done with Vito. But I can put that behind me long enough to get your mission done. Let's get the hell out of here.
I hope Audrey won't mind, she said, but Griffin asked me to help announce the practical plan. She pulled out a framed nursery board, white crib, beige chair, gray Harley dress, Griffin's downtown condo with everything happening at Juniper Street. She said, we've prepared a calmer place for the baby. A child deserves a mother who can get through a Tuesday without crying in the staff bathroom. The cake knife clicked against my mother's plate. I had never cried in the staff bathroom, but a few women looked away to start to then stop acting like the broken room everyone has to decorate around. Nobody defended me. Griffin stood near the coffee urn, watching like the scene was unfortunate but useful. I drove home with leftover cake sliding on the passenger seat and the brass key pressed hard in my fist. 2 days later, Ms. Alvarez from Child Services came to my school. She said there had been an anonymous prenatal welfare report. Drinking, missed appointments, erratic behavior. I opened my patient portal and showed her every appointment and clean lab. After she left, Noelle, our school secretary, called me into the office. She wore pumpkin earrings and trusted no one who smiled without showing their bottom teeth. A blonde woman came in last week asking for your schedule. She said she was family. Noelle opened her drawer and took out a visitor sticker she had saved from the trash. The signature read, Tinsley Boss. That was the first corner of the live healing back. I started saving everything. Lock screenshots, the staging quote, a visitor sticker, messages where Griffin called me unstable, a pharmacy receipt showing my nausea medicine had been picked up by Tinsley, even though I never gave permission. When I confronted Griffin, he smiled. You're tracking receipts now? I said, I'm asking why your girlfriend took my medication. His face went flat. You are not as stable as you think you are. That sentence followed me. His mother used it in softer words. My mother used it as concern. Griffin used it in divorce papers when he asked for my house, medical control after birth, and supervised parenting time for me until I was
I always pictured Protheans being legal, not giant.
Children were lining up for votes. Across the street, Tinsley sat in a white SUV, watching through the windshield. That night, I called an attorney named Lena Ortiz. Noelle had written her number on a sticky note shaped like an apple. Lena's office was above a nail salon. She had short gray hair, a chipped mug, and no fake comfort. He is building a fitness narrative, she said, reading the petition. He wants you to look fragile before the baby arrives. Can he win? He can try. I don't have one big thing. Most people don't. They have patterns. She tapped the brass key on my chain. Who can watch the house when you're not there? My neighbor, Mr. Vega. Ask for doorbell sets. Nicely. Don't accuse yet. Mr. Vega had lived next door since before my father bought the house. The next morning, he handed me a thumb drive and a paper
Collectors and Protheans. It's all about my pay grade. I'm more used to putting down rebellions, tracking down bastards who didn't pay their gambling debts. Still, even I know a galaxy-shaking revelation when I hear one. Makes fighting land wars for pay seem small time.
Pokeballs out.
I've done a lot of crazy things, but I never tried to take on a fresher more on foot before. Standard operating procedure when you get a fresher boys, run the hell away. Pick up sticks, move the hell out. Kroger doesn't really better. Still, hell of a fight. I should let you go. Talk more later.
The next piece came from a baby monitor shaped like a little moon. My friend Willow mailed it as a gift. Griffin said indoor cameras were creepy, so I put it on the nursery shelf anyway. After our Wi-Fi failed, the app showed the monitor offline.
After that last little spat between them, I need to go talk to Jack and Miranda quick.
Recorded short sound
Make sure everything's kosher.
Hey, tell me about you, Jack. What are you up to?
Still checking out your ship.
Wouldn't mind putting her through her paces when you're not around. I doubt Joker would appreciate that. It's not while we're working. Relax.
Joyriding doesn't have the thrill it used to. Besides, if I wanted it, I'd take it.
That's,
I've been around. Ran with gangs, wiped out some gangs, joined a cult. Kept a haircut. I learned how to survive and not be a victim.
It's hard to imagine you in a cult. It usually involves a lot of rules.
I was looking for answers. Drugs and sex and going to a better place. A better place, right. It was all about money. They wanted to take a colony, shake the suckers down to fund their spread, and guess who was their ace in the hole? They were just like the rest. Didn't give one shit about me.
What'd you do when you found out?
What do you think?
You must have met some good people, too.
You've seen where I came from. Everybody wants something, and because of that, everything is fair game. Murder, assault, kidnapping, drugs, stealing, arson, done it all. And that's the boring shit. Piracy, theft of military craft, destruction of a space station, and vandalism. That was a good one.
Military's a hard target. Bet that made you some friends.
Shouldn't have left the thing unlocked. Besides, birds are boring. I helped.
Space station? You're pushing what I can believe.
Ain't saying it was easy. Not everything is spur of the moment. Sometimes you gotta work to give people what they deserve. Had some people I hung with for a while. Outlaw colony. Felt like they were like me. Guess that made us a nice target. Turians think they know something about a scorched earth response. Fuck them.
You were a pirate, too?
Ties in with the kidnapping. If you hijack a passenger ship and don't kill everyone, anyway. Good lesson. Simpler to just kill them all.
You ever wonder if you could have done things differently?
No.
Shouldn't you?
There's no reason I should be alive, but I am. You know why? Instinct. It's worked for me so far, and I'm not gonna change. Hey, Shepard. No one's ever asked me about this shit. It's strange to talk about. Thanks for asking.
Hey. Tell me about you, Jack.
I'm done talking. Come back later.
I should go.
Okay. Talk later.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
Of course. I'm just finishing an operation report. I'm impressed, Shepard. So far things have gone exceptionally well. As Cerberus operations go, this is one of the best I've been a part of.
Maybe that's because this isn't a Cerberus operation.
Not to you, maybe. But I report directly to the elusive man. And I'm here because he wants me to be. Cerberus gave you a second chance, Commander. Maybe you should do the same for us.
What did Cerberus do that made you so loyal?
I suppose you deserve to know. Do you remember when I told you how I was genetically altered? Well, that wasn't my choice. My father created me. He's a very influential man and extremely controlling. He didn't want a daughter. He wanted a dynasty. I ran away as soon as I was old and brave enough. I went to Cerberus because I knew they could protect me.
She dropped her sunglasses while gathering her purse. Nobody picked them up. Judge Keith then noted that the confidential transit information may have been obtained improperly and that referral would proceed outside the hearing. Griffin turned toward me. For once, he did not look polished. He looked like a man who had built a stage and fallen through it. What did you do? He asked. I picked up the white hat and tucked it back into my yellow
You seem
bag.
capable of defending yourself. Why did you need Cerberus?
My father invested a great deal in his dynasty. It wasn't a matter of just leaving. I knew he would continue to pursue his investments.
I stepped inside. After a second, I moved my bag to make room for her. It was not forgiveness.
I assume that Cerberus approves of your enhanced abilities?
Of course. Cerberus fully endorses anything that advances the cause of humanity. Genetic alterations included. But unlike my father and his own selfish reasons, Cerberus and the elusive man believe in a greater good. They see the bigger picture. And I feel like I have a purpose here.
Griffin packed suits, shoes, watches, and the espresso machine he had bought me and used himself. He did not take the ultrasound picture from the fridge. He paused while I folded
Who exactly is your father?
A businessman, but a very wealthy one. It's ironic. My father believed deeply in a human positive agenda. He donated generously to Cerberus before I joined them. That's how I first heard about Cerberus, through my father's connections.
Yo! Hazy! How you doing, buddy? And how's the kid?
Talk about yourself like you're just a tool to be used by your father, by Cerberus.
Maybe. I like to know where I fit in the world. It helps me find meaning in how I was created.
You are who you are, Miranda. You don't need to make excuses for it.
That's easy for you to say. We've both been engineered for greatness, Shepard. The difference is you were great before we rebuilt you. I'm great because of it.
Your spirit and personality are what make you great. That's what makes anyone great.
That's kind of you. I'm not sure I believe you, but thanks for saying it.
Tell me a lot about your father. What happened to your mother?
I never had one. Most of my genetic material is based on my father's tissue. His Y chromosome was altered with an amalgam of desired traits from various sources. How arrogant can you be? The man is completely egomaniacal. Just another reason I had to get away from him.
Talk about yourself.
Maybe. I like to know you. That's it. The difference is you were great before we rebuilt you.
Your spirit.
That's kind of you.
Thanks for your time.
Anytime, Commander. Commander, what can I do for you?
Do you have a minute?
There's a lot to do, Shepard.
I'll let you.
Of course, Commander.
My mother clapped too loud. Mr. Vega pretended he had something in his eye. I sat beside my daughter with the brass key warm against my chest, watching her lift her head like the whole room belonged to her. And it did. Now tell me honestly, was I wrong for cutting Griffin and his mother down to court-approved access after they tried to use my pregnancy to take my baby and my house? Should I have made room for forgiveness sooner? Or did I finally protect the life my daughter and I deserve?
Alright, so it is finally that time of the evening.
I went to my mother's vacation home with a birthday gift from her party. As we reached the door, my 6-year-old daughter grabbed my hand and whispered, "Mom, don't go in there." When I asked why, she just said, "Please, let's go home." I left the gift on the porch and turned away. But on the way back, something happened that I'll never forget. The autumn morning light streaming through the large glass windows of the museum was exceptionally beautiful. Abigail Morrison glanced at her watch while making final adjustments for the new exhibition. 1 hour until opening. With a tense expression, she adjusted the angle of a frame and stepped back to check the overall balance. "Perfect, Abigail." Museum director Martha approached with a smile. "This modern art exhibition wouldn't have succeeded without your curation." "Thank you, Martha." Abigail returned a humble smile. We still had the press conference. Back in her office, Abigail checked her cell phone. There was a missed call from Emily's school. Worried, she quickly called back at a school station.
Alright, we are going to raid to a Cosmic Grismo. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything the fuck else. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties wherever you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really appreciate it. It 100% makes our motherfucking day. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we can't do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing out for tonight, saying I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow. Later.